Yo, peoples, hey, Zenetsu Wanriki, welcome to the stream. Just give me one quick second. I just finished off like a cup of lasagna, so I want to go ahead and put this cup inside of the sink real quick, and then we'll get started with the stream. So just hold tight just for a minute. I'll be right back, everybody. Check, check, mic check, 1, 2, okay. Alright, everyone, we are prepared. Got myself a little bit of sweet tea right now. Well, not sweet tea, but some diet tea. It's actually really good. But, yeah. Not the most professional of starts. But welcome, everyone, to my feel-good stream for today. This might be the second one that I've done, since I've done all of them so far. But today's feel-good stream is we're going to be preparing for Amara's new skill tree, which is going to be dropping next week on Tuesday, I believe. The Director's Cut DLC and the new Seasons Pass becomes available next week. For Seasons Pass 2, or Season 2, the Season Pass 2 will be available next week. And I'm trying to prepare for my Melee Amara character that I'm making, so I can do the absolute pinnacle of melee damage. But one weapon in particular that I've been trying to get for the longest is the Psycho Stabber. Not just any old Psycho Stabber, but a Psycho Stabber that does 300 additional damage against enemies that have more than 90% of their health. Now, the thing about the Psycho Stabber, as a lot of us who actually go after the weapon, after this weapon for its, intended purpose, is we don't get it because it's a good gun in terms of, shooty and kill. It's not. It's, in fact, a bad gun to actually use in terms of, shooting and killing enemies with it. The real purpose of the weapon is to use its secondary effect, which is melee damage, and it boasts the highest melee damage out of any weapon in the entire game. So I'm not worried about these guys because I can basically take on everyone here, and I'm not worried about it. I've been farming for days. When I say days, I mean literal days, and I have yet to get the specific Psycho Stabber with the anointment that I've wanted, but I'm not gonna stop. But The thing with the Psycho Stabber is, you know what? I actually have one in my inventory, but just not the one that I'm looking for. The thing with the Psycho Stabber is it has insane additional melee damage. Now, the thing with the Psycho Stabber is the melee damage you get from this also scales with the 300 by 90 anoint on it as well, which means that's insane melee damage. And when you couple that with mods and class mods and artifacts, you can do some insane melee damage with it. So I've had at least like 7 to about 8 in my inventory, but none of them were the 300 by 90 version. And that's the one I want to get because that 390 version also contributes to your melee damage that you do with it. So that is literally the absolute best weapon to use if you're trying to do a melee-only run with a character. It is the absolute best gun to have for melee damage. There is no weapon that comes even remotely close. The only other alternative is a 300 by 90 face puncher. And that's good because it shoots for melee damage rather than actual bullet damage, which is another gun I'm going to go after. But getting the Psycho Stabber is what I've been trying to go after for the longest time, and it is not here, so we're going to quit, and we're going to go back in. This is basically what part of this stream is going to be. Until I get that Psycho Stabber, I'm just going to keep going until I get it. And I've been trying for so long. It has a 10% chance to drop from Borderlands Nates, which is the guy that I was killing earlier. You probably didn't notice because there was so much going on. But Borderlands Nates, the thing is, the Psycho Stabber can drop from anywhere, but Borderlands Nates has an increased chance to drop it. And this is why I'm always coming here to the Meridian outskirts, because this, well, obviously, this is the only place that Borderlands Nates spawns. And I've been farming this the day before, yesterday, and pretty much today since I got home from my shift from work. It was a long one. We were short one person, so I was there till about 8 o'clock. It's funny that I'm a part-time worker, but I'm working 9 to 5s on a regular basis. It's kind of funny that way. But this is the only weapon, this is the main weapon that I'm having the most issue actually having it drop with that anointment. I got some good shields, some really good shields for my melee Amara that's going to contribute to even more melee damage because I just want to punch everything to death when her new skill tree comes in. Her new skill tree is called Enlightened Fist or Enlightened Force. I forget the exact name of it. But the thing about it is, the new skill, I was kind of hoping that it would actually turn Amara into, I don't know, a melee mode character like Brick and Krieg from previous games where they would just stop using their guns and just go straight up melee damage. But that's not the case here because with Amara's new tree, even though she can have multiple arms around her, they only get used for defense. And, you know, occasionally whenever you punch like that, the arms also punch with you, so it's all just like a multi-armed one punch, but it's not a type of punch where the arms all punch repeatedly like Star Platinum or Zawurdo type style. So that's unfortunate that they didn't go in that direction. I was kind of hoping that they did. Hopefully they'll do that in the future because that would be actually sick, and it would actually go with her whole Hindu Bodhisattva type motif that she has going on. Only time will tell if they actually do that. But that's the guy, Borderlands Nates, right here. This is the guy that has the increased chance of dropping the Psycho Stabber. But he also drops other weapons as well, so you always got to watch out for those specific pool drops whenever you kill him. Hopefully I get it here. I got no legendaries from him, so we're going to exit out and go back in. The thing is, I am really, sorry, it hit my desk. I am really looking forward to the next gen upgrade for Borderlands because the load times are going to be faster, which means that farming is going to be so much faster than it used to be. And that is what I cannot wait to see. Of course, I got to get my hands on a PS5 first. Hopefully I can. But when I do, oh, the games are going to run so much faster and load so much faster. Gogeta! Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a little bit farming here today. I'm trying to go for the Psycho Stabber, and my mind is dead set on getting a specific anointment for it because it's going to help with my melee Amara that I'm working on. But you see these load times here? Yeah, these long load times are going to be a thing of the past once I start playing Borderlands on next gen. 60 frames per second with smoother transitions and faster load times. Oh, the PS5 is going to be so much fun. Let's go ahead and run through this again. And go up. Alright, then we just make a mad dash for him. I didn't do it last time because I was kind of talking to you guys, but just dash past all these guys. Lock him up. And he's connected. I'm using ties that bind, so it ends up killing a lot more people alongside him. Let's see what we got. Is that a Psycho Stabber? That's a Psycho Stabber. Ooh, please. Please let it be the one that I see. No! I got a Psycho Stabber, but not the one that I want. See, I keep getting all the different versions of this weapon except for that 300 by 90. I'm gonna take it because I can sell it, even though currently I am maxed out on money. So we'll just quit out, go back in, and see if we can get ourselves another one. You love my stream? Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that I'm able to entertain everyone here today. That's the main purpose of whenever I upload a video or do a live stream, is as long as you're entertained, that's good enough for me. Let's go back in. I don't know why I'm waiting for the hot fixes to be applied, since there's no hot fixes that apply to the Psycho Stabber in terms of the version that I get. Because it's always the same, so I might as well just hit continue and just dive back in instead of waiting for the hot fixes to apply. I tried going in with an artifact that, not an artifact, yeah, an artifact that increased my luck, but it didn't exactly increase my chances of getting the 300 by 90. But we're gonna keep getting it until we get it. And then once I get that, I might go after the Face Puncher, but that's not a priority. The Psycho Stabber is what I want because it has that additional melee damage. But a Face Puncher is not out of the question either. Then when we have those weapons, I'll go back to playing on my melee Amara, because I made a second character. Made a second Amara, specifically for melee. This one is all elemental damage and just straight up boss killing and mobbing. But specifically mobbing is what she does best at. Some bosses are kind of resistant, some are not, and I don't have too much problems with them. But this Amara is basically just all around power and elemental damage, which works really well. And I'm not even using the best gun that I have. This weapon that I've been using is a hazardous flipper. It's not even the best version I could be using. I'm just using one that has like critical hits, cause, status effects, explosions. I should be going after one that has a consecutive damage increase. But farming that one can be a bit testy sometimes. Because like I said, 10% in low chances of getting certain weapons.
One more.
Alright, he's dead. That is a Cutsman. Is that a Cutsman? Yeah, it's a Cutsman. I already got better versions of those guns anyway. And they don't drop what I need, so we can go ahead and exit out and go back in. Because he can drop the Cutsman, the Saw Bar, and the Psycho Stabber. Along with either the... I think he also drops the Messy Breakup Shield. But out of the 3 weapons, the Psycho Stabber is the one I absolutely need. That's why we're going back again! Let me fix my mic real quick. It was kind of leaning upwards because I was using it for my solo leveling stream I did yesterday. And I had to position it differently in order for it to be better well adjusted for the distance of where I was sitting. But there's a whole bunch of things. Are you a pro at playing Borderlands? I would not consider myself a pro. I am at best a casual player, but I do know that I have builds on all characters except for Flak that are pretty overpowered and can pretty much get me through everything with very little difficulty. But I'm not on the same range as, like, I don't know, Jolt's Dude, Taseshka, and Killer 6. I'm not Moxie even. I'm not on those. I'm not on their levels quite. I'm not on their level as far as, you know, expertise in the game. But I can handle my own, to say the least. I mean, the fact that I've been able to survive this long and get maxed out money on both Amara and Moze, and pretty soon Zane as well, because I have pretty overpowered and very effective builds on them. It's not much of an issue. Flak, however, I still need to work on. He's the only one that I haven't got to a point where I can say, yep, I can just go through anything and everything, and I won't have to worry about, you know, him dying prematurely. Alright, what you drop? Messy Breakup and Moxie's Bouncing Pair. This is not what we need. I always kind of check the other drops as well, and they also tend to drop the Black Hole Shield over here as well. But this is not where we're going after, folks. Redo! Time for another redo. There's a lot of things going on today, folks. Seriously. I kind of wanted to talk about something because this was brought up during my solo leveling stream today when I was reading... Solo leveling stream yesterday when I was reading through it. And someone asked me if Avengers, the game, was worth their time. And I didn't want... I kind of felt myself going into a very big rant concerning the game. But I kind of wanted to go back and focus on it because I could literally go hours and talk about why that game is not living up to its current potential, and it's slowly but surely turning into the 2020 version of Anthem, which is a sad thing to say, but that's what it's shaping up to be like. It's not to say that the game is outright terrible, because there's a lot more content in Avengers than there is Anthem, but the fact that the game is so buggy, the fact that they've delayed major content, the fact that they're spending all their time fixing bugs rather than releasing anything new, or the fact that there's constantly new bugs regardless of how many hot fixes and how many patches they make, it's an issue. And as one of the people who's, you know, spent full price on the game and even pre-ordered it so I can, you know, play it and everything. Well, I didn't pre-order it. I bought it day one. No, actually, I did pre-order it, but I just didn't get it digital. That's why I couldn't play it early. But as someone who bought the game full price, I was really hoping that this would be like the definitive Avengers Marvel game, where you can play as the Hulk and Thor and everyone. And of course, there are moments where you kind of feel powerful, but I just feel the direction they took it in is kind of hampered by the fact that the game is also a games as a service. And not every game that goes games as a service is successful, nor do they know how to implement it well. The campaign for the game, It was fine. Had no problem with it. Still complained about things that shouldn't have been happening in the game, such as, you know, the Hulk getting knocked around easily, even though it's the Hulk and the Hulk doesn't get knocked around. Just small things like that that bothered me, the way that enemies were set up. It was just annoyances. Really big annoyances, actually, because I just kept complaining about it, so you might as well call it really big annoyances. But it's just felt like the direction they took the game in was geared towards, you know, games as a service rather than being a game that people can pick up and play at any time, which of course you could, but it gets insanely repetitive when you're facing the same enemies over and over and over and over and over again. Robots here, robots there, robots everywhere. And sure, you have the occasional AIM humans every now and again, but it gets to a point where, well, I've been in this lab. Oh, I've been on this side of the city. Oh, I've been in this part of the desert. Oh, I've been in this snowy tundra. Oh, I've been in this forest. It gets very repetitive when you're doing the same thing all the time. You're either going to eliminate some enemies, you're either going to eliminate some objects, or you're either going to defend a place. The only difference is specific character missions that have you doing different things, but at the same time, it still incorporates the same thing. If you're playing as Black Widow, sooner or later, you run into a point where you either have to defend an area, or you have to destroy some objects at the same time. And it can get a little bit repetitive over and doing the same thing over and over. Then you have their marketplace, where sometimes because the game, it has like microtransactions in it. Of course, they say that it doesn't affect the game. You still have like takedowns that you can buy with credits, which you can buy with real money, and costumes that you can buy with credits that you can buy with real money. The problem with this is, and they've actually kind of minorly rectified it, is that they've lowered the price of it, because some of those costumes were extremely expensive, especially when you build up a certain amount of credits. You can easily burn through all of them just by getting 2 to maybe 3 costumes at a time. Thankfully, they lowered that price, but that lowering the price is not enough to keep people invested, unfortunately. The thing that gets me is that even with all the costumes they have, it is not as diverse as it should be. Because all characters have, I want to say, 4 costumes at best. And then the rest of them are just reskins of those 4 costumes. That does not look like a Psycho Stabber, but that does look like a class mod. Hey, who did that? Alright, there we go. Let's see what we got. What is this? Weapon damage and rope-a-dope breaker. Yeah, I'll pass. Alright, we don't have what we need here. Back to the main menu we go. But the thing is, this game, they said that they have 81 years of Marvel history to dig from. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Back to what I was saying. They have 81 years of Marvel history to go through, and I feel like they don't even scratch the surface with it. Sure, there's references here and there, but it's not enough when the game launches with only 3 villains in the entire game. You have Abomination, you have Taskmaster, and you have MODOK. Spoilers, MODOK is the main villain of the story mode. And once you're done with the story mode, you can't face off against him anymore. Once you face him in the main campaign, the only villains you have are Taskmaster and Abomination. I don't count the little mechs that they have as actual villains because they're just more robots. So you basically really have 2 villains that you can fight repeatedly. 81 years of Marvel history, and we don't even get like a rogues gallery. We just get henchmen, and that's it. And 81 years of Marvel history, and we don't even get an expansive list of costumes that are linked to those characters. Yeah, I mean, we're just now getting a World War Hulk skin for Hulk, even though it was, you know, shown in gameplay well before the game even released, and we're just now getting it this long after launch. Alright, that's a saw bar right there. That is not what we need. And even if it was, it doesn't even have like the best augment on it, which is a consecutive hits anointment. Got a sniper rifle here. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. 300 by 90 is the best type of augments you can get for best type of anointments you can get for sniper rifles, because I mean, it's a sniper rifle. You want to do the most damage in one shot. But there's a bunch of costumes in the game, but they're all reskins. You have 4 basic costumes, 4 regular costumes, and then you have the rest of them, which are all reskins. You got Hulk, you got regular Hulk skin, you got a very green comic book-like Hulk skin, and then the rest of them are just different colors. You got Hulk with black skin, jet black skin. You got Hulk with a gray skin, which actually fits with his comic book a little bit, but then you got Hulk with blue skin and white hair for some odd reason, like a Papa Smurf type deal. And then you have just reskins of different outfits. Like you have a regular Joe Fix-It outfit for Hulk, and then the rest of it is just variations of that same suit. Black suit with a red tie, black suit with pinstripes and a blue tie. Different types of variations, but no costumes that, you know, dig into the lore of Marvel history, which is very disappointing because there's a lot of different looks that heroes have had in the past that we're just not getting here right now. And that's just like from an unlockable standpoint of where I see things in the game. Like, I feel there should be a lot more that we can get our hands on as far as these characters and unlockables are concerned. That would be far more appealing. Like, I would love to. Now, here's the thing: a lot of people seem to think that the Marvel Avengers game should be based off the MCU, because as a lot of people out there know Marvel through the MCU, even though Marvel has been around since before then. But, and I'm not saying that it's a bad idea that they haven't released any MCU skins, but they should at least have it on the table, because that could draw people back in. I mean, I would love to have a skin that makes me look like Iron Man from the movies, or make me look like Hulk from the movies, because Hulk looks good in this game, but he could look more ferocious and he could look better. But that's just my personal opinion on it. We didn't get that Psycho Stabber drop. Let's go again. And there should be some, I would like to suggest some gameplay changes for the game as a whole, because a lot of the gameplay aspects of the game, it's just not really clicking, if you don't mind me saying. It just feels like it's held back a little bit. Playing as Hulk, it kind of feels like a bit of a slog to play as the Hulk. Now, I read the article on why they based the Hulk off of what they did, because they wanted to kind of give him a grounded approach. If you don't mind me paraphrasing, the creative director was talking with his team about all things that you could do with the Hulk, such as Hulk being able to guard, but it didn't make sense for Hulk to be guarding because Hulk doesn't, like shield himself from damage because it's the Hulk. He doesn't need to. His whole body is just an impenetrable shield. But unfortunately, you don't feel like that in the game. Now, I know a lot of people like to say, well, maybe your defense stat wasn't all that high. You didn't have the right gear pieces on. Why do I need to Why do I need to have the perfect gear pieces on Hulk in order for me to feel like an invincible Hulk? Another problem with the game is like loot. But playing as the Hulk, it just feels overly slow. We all know the Hulk. He's big, but at the same, he's big, he's massive, he is 100% muscle. But the thing is, he is not slow muscle. This dude is able to jump at 470 something miles an hour. This dude is able to catch people who can move as fast as Quicksilver from the X-Men movie. He is able to catch rockets shot at him. He is able to catch people who are much more agile than he is, like Spider-Man, Quicksilver, Daredevil. People who can enhance their own speed, Hulk has been able to catch them and even, respond and react to them before they can even respond. So to make it so that Hulk moves slow, because we can't have a guy with big muscles moving fast because that makes no sense, it just kind of hampers his overall performance. And his movement and how he gets around, I feel like it's a bit held back as well. He should be jumping longer distances, and this is not the first time that I kind of brought this up. I talked to people in forums, I talked to people during other live streams, and I just feel that the way they made Hulk, he just feels held back. Why they did this, I don't even know, to be quite honest. Because it feels like even though these are supposed to be superheroes, these feel like superheroes that are held back because of gameplay reasons. Because, we can't have very, very powerful people in a multiplayer game because then they would be unbalanced. But let us make it so that it costs a whole bunch of materials for people to upgrade their gear and then constantly grind. That's okay. I'm sorry, I'm getting on a bit of a soapbox here, because that's one thing that annoys me about Marvel Avengers. It should be better than what it is, but we're at a point right now where recently they said that it cost like $30 million to make the game, and it only sold a certain number of copies, so I don't know if they made all that money back. The player count is dwindling. It is not as high as it was at launch, and it sometimes doesn't maintain high numbers at times. I have not seen the Steam chart list to see just how active people are right now. And the fact that they keep pushing back major content because there's so many bugs in the game, it's just very disappointing, and it's really giving a lot of people Anthem vibes. Because, there's so many similar things to it. Like, they're both looter games. They both are games as a service, which means that they have to be connected online in order for you to get the full access to all the activities. Now, of course, you don't need online to play the game. You need online to play the multiplayer missions, like the Avengers Initiative. The story mode you can do offline, but when you want to get into the nitty-gritty of like the new missions and everything like that, you have to be online for that. And that is a downside because not everyone has great internet. And the last thing you would want is for your internet to go out and you're in the middle of a mission and you can't continue because it requires the internet in order for the rest of the mission you're in to process. That is literally why games as a service that is one of the reasons why, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why games as a service when it comes to major licenses are kind of frowned upon. It is very sad that we're at a point where people seem to think that games as a service is literally one of the top types of games that people actually want to play. Now, that's not saying that games as a service is all bad. You got games like Genshin Impact, which is a free-to-play game that is, right at this moment in time, far more successful than Marvel Avengers has been. Oh, no. Let me look at that, please. We got another Cycle Stabber. Please let this be the one that I'm looking for. Please. No! I've been denied again! But you got games like Genshin Impact, which is capable of being free to play. It's also games as a service, but at the same time, it is able to maintain a high number of players and even make $50 million in its first week. So it shows you that people can do games as a service right if they took the time, and if they took the time to actually polish it and make sure it's good. The problem with Marvel's Avengers is the fact that it's not polished and it is buggy. Mad buggy. People losing progress, people going from 100% finished with their game to 0% and not being able to recover their progress. People losing things they've unlocked with credits with real money. Just a ton of things wrong with the game that shouldn't be wrong.
The meat for my dinner.
They even had a patch, a massive, I think it was like 9 gigs, a massive 9 gig patch. I don't know why I'm still staying here. I might be looking for something that shouldn't. They even had a massive patch. I believe it was like maybe like 2, maybe 3 weeks after, maybe a month after the game came out, and it was to fix over 1,000 bugs that were wrong with the game. If you're still releasing patches that is fixing over 1,000 bugs that are wrong with the game, then it just shows that the game should not have been launched at the time that it was. Because I've noticed that we tend to be getting a lot of games that are always releasing. That we tend to get a lot of games where it seems like they're releasing at the wrong time. Games should only be released when they are fully play tested and all the bugs have been sorted out. There is literally no excuse why games should be coming out and we have to get several big patches in order to fix problems that's with the game. You should already know if there's something wrong with the game if you actually tested it all the way through. That's just what I feel. And I feel like Marvel Avengers kind of went that route and thinking, well, we'll fix it along the way. That is the wrong answer. That is how you get complaints from people on a daily basis because you wanted to fix things along the way. We just got to release it right now and we'll just fix it as we move along. Like, you can't just make it up as you go along. Not in this day and age when gamers are a lot smarter than they used to be. I mean, EA is still trash. Don't buy their games because it's just a manipulation tactic. Everything you purchase on one EA game doesn't transfer over to the next one, so therefore you have to start all over, and all the money you spent on a previous EA game stays with them and you can't do anything about it. Which is why I never play sports games on this channel, because I will never give EA $1 from me. The last time I gave EA $1 was for Star Wars Fallen Order. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and that game is fantastic. And that's because EA had very little involvement with the game. But I feel like games that get released and then you have to go through more months of patches than you do content, that's the wrong answer. Especially, I mean, we are literally going to be entering into a week where the brand new next-gen systems are getting released next week. We should be past the point where we're getting video games that are released buggy, and then we have to wait for several patches in order for the game to be good. We should be past that already. But I digress. I'm ranting. I'm raving. I apologize. That's just how I feel on the matter. We should not be getting buggy games when a game launches. They should already be sorted out enough where it is stable from start to finish. That's just how I feel. But that's enough about Avengers, because I could constantly talk about that. I could still talk about that. But I'm not going to. Because this is supposed to be a feel-good stream. I went off on a whole different tangent there for a second. But let's get back to trying to get this Psycho Stabber. I'm gonna keep going until I get my hands on it. It may take hours, it may take days, but I'm gonna keep going until I get it. I will say this though, I am really wondering if If I can get my hands on a PS5 the moment it launches, then that's well and fine for me. But I really want to get my hands on a PS5 so that way I can play the new Spider-Man game and then get access to the new next-gen upgrade for Borderlands, play all my PS4 games that I have right now on the system, see just how fast it really is, and in the end, it'll actually help out with my, with how fast I get farming done on Borderlands. Load times will be a thing of the past, which is why I can't wait to get my hands on a copy. I hope I can get my hands on a actual console this year. That's what I'm hoping for. But we'll have to see what next week holds. Just gotta be patient, just a little bit. Do, 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 do. I have grabbed your face. Ah! Wrong person! You didn't drop a single legendary. You are dead to me! As are you. And you. Alright, no Psycho Stabber. Back out, then go back in. Then we go out and back in. I haven't seen Finding Nemo in years. Back in we go! Do know one thing, I'm gonna get myself some good sleep tonight. I got the day off today and tomorrow. Woo! Love it. But here we are at Meridian Outskirts on our way to see Mr. Borman Nates to see if he can drop for us the Psycho Stabber. Hopefully it'll drop with the anointment that we have been seeking so we can move on with our new melee Amara build. And I still have to level up Amara, my melee Amara that I have. She's around the 40s in level right now. But I'm going through the Handsome Jackpot DLC, which has an area which makes it very easy to level up quickly. And I'm working through that, but I just want to get my hands on a Psycho Stabber with that anointment, so when I get her maxed out, she has some items that will be waiting on her, which will then in turn make her melee build even more devastating. At least until we get access to the new skill tree. Then I'll spec into that, and that'll make her melee damage that she can do now even more devastating. But let's go, Mr. Borman Nates. I need that gun from you. Okay, that doesn't look like a Psycho Stabber. That's a Widowmaker grenade. Hey! Who told you you could shoot me in the face? No one. I'm trying to go into photo mode. Trying to quit out. Thank you. I have no idea why my nose is so itchy right now. Any chance of pushing the solo leveling to Tuesday? Well, like I said, also thank you Shonen Sensei for the donation. Thank you for that. I did say that it's not set in stone of whether I was going to do it on Monday, but I can wait until Tuesday. I can wait. So I can give myself an extra day off from like doing some streaming or recording. If not, I understand. I'm just working all day Monday. No, it's fine. Because I kind of want to upload some regular One Piece videos. I'm doing some One Piece Pirate Warriors videos where I'm doing gameplay of all the characters, which is something I should have done when the game was released, but I'm doing it all now. So I might push it. I may push it to Tuesday. I may push it to Tuesday. We have to see how I feel when Monday rolls around. But more than likely, I may just end up pushing it to Tuesday.
I got you covered at the catch ride.
Also, hey Shonen Sensei, how you doing today? Gotta get back to work. You're the best, Q. Oh, thank you. Yo, Kevin Dumbo, what is going on? Just doing a little farming here, trying to get my hands on a Psycho Stabber. Be safe at work, Shonen Sensei. Trying to get my hands on a Psycho Stabber with a 300 by 90 anoint on it. For my melee Amara that I'm building for the new skill tree that's going to be dropped in next week. I'm going to get my hands on one. Up, up. Alright, y'all gonna have to stop doing that. I am trying to farm, and y'all just messing up my flow. Please die. Stay dead. Okay, so we have a saw bar, and we have a... I don't see a Psycho Stabber. Plus, these weapons don't have anoints that I'm actually interested in. So this was a bust. Alright. Leave, then come back. Gonna keep going until we get this weapon! It has a 10% chance of dropping. That's the thing. Here's the thing. The Psycho Stabber has a 10% chance of dropping. And I want to say it even has a lower percent chance of it being the 300 by 90 anointment that I'm looking for. So there's no guarantee that I'm going to have this weapon drop for me every single time I keep killing Nates. The new Amara skill tree is pretty nice. Yeah, it is. Actually, you know what? I can kind of... Hold on, let me see. Where did I put it at? I put it somewhere where I can easily get back to it. Where is Phase Flare? Just gotta farm all these guns with the right anointed. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to get the Psycho Stabber so I can get the maximum amount of melee damage out of it with the 300 by 90 anoint on it. Because it already does 340 melee damage already. The 390, the 300 over 90... 300 by 90 anointment just increases that melee damage even more. And then I have a brawler shield that does increase damage whenever my action skill ends. And I have multiple artifacts that increase melee damage and action skill damage. Still working on a class mod to help out with melee damage until I get my hands on the new class mods for Amara, which basically just makes all your guns do melee damage, which coupled with all those perks is just going to make your guns do insane amount of damage overall. But if we look at Amara's new skill tree, and go down to Phase Flare, I got it right here. Phase Flare, Amara summons an orbital... Hey! Trying to talk to the people. Amara summons an orb of elemental energy that deals constant elemental damage to nearby enemies. Press whatever button to... Oh, I'm not set yet. I need the Psycho Stabber. That's the only thing that I'm missing. I could get a face puncher, but the Psycho Stabber is more important. Because I need to have it. I have a whole bunch of different types of Psycho Stabbers that I sold because they just don't fit the build. But I need to get that anointed version. And Borman Nates is the only one who drops it. That's a shield. That doesn't look like a Psycho Stabber. You are dead to me. And I'm also ranking up in Guardian rank as well. Alright, so I don't need that. I don't need you. You're not dropping the weapon that I need. Action skill and melee damage is increased by 100. I'll take this face puncher, but I still need that 100. I still need that 300 by 90. I'm not even paying these guys any mind because they're not really a threat. I've been using my stat points to increase my melee damage. My melee damage is at an additional 13.90%. The maximum your stat can get to in Guardian rank is, I believe, 15. So I'm getting like real diminishing returns on melee damage and gun damage and action skill cooldown and elemental damage, which is really going to help out in the long run. So what I'm going to do is put on shield recharge rate or fight for your life duration. Recharge rate is at the 8. Fight for your life duration is about to be... let's get this. Increase you to 9. Because I still need to unlock that last perk for the middle tree for the Guardian rank. But let's go ahead and exit out and come back in. I'm going to keep going until I get that stabber. But with Phase Flare, Amara summons an orb of elemental energy that deals constant elemental damage to nearby enemies. Press the, I want to say, the melee button near the orb, pressing the melee button near the orb causes it to fly towards an enemy and damage them. Additionally, every time Amara uses a melee attack on the orb, it gains increased damage based on the damage she dealt to it. So, the thing that's going to make this skill insane to use is the fact that if your melee damage is already insanely high, based on the gear that you have on, the damage that you imbue into this orb is going to hit enemies, and that orb already does a substantial amount of damage on its own, by itself, without any perks in it. So you're going to be just knocking around this orb of death based on your build, and it's just going to wreck everything. So the first 3 skills we have are Trust in Yourself, No Mistakes in Nature, and Heavy Rain. Trust in Yourself is, whenever an enemy breaks Amara's shield, she gains increased reload speed, charge speed, and weapon swap speed for a short time. This effect is doubled if Amara's shield is broken by a melee attack. This is all well and good, but not something that I'm going to invest in. Secondly, you have No Mistakes in Nature. When Amara inflicts a status effect on an enemy, she gains increased melee damage for a short time. Of course, if you put some stats into status effect, like I will be, then you're pretty much going to be inflicting a status effect on enemies all the time, and that's just going to increase your damage. And this scales. This has like 5 scales. Let me equip that. And then if you purchase this one, it goes up to an additional 65% in melee damage. So overall, the thing is with this purple tree for Amara is I added up all the damage bonuses that you get from every melee bonus stat effect, from every skill, from every melee-based skill in Amara's set, and they all equal up, if you get all of them, they all equal up to 478% in additional melee damage. And that is only counting the perks. That's not counting the additional melee you get from the Psycho Stabber. That's not counting the additional melee you can get from a class mod. That's not counting the additional melee you can get from the Brawler Shield. That's not even counting the additional melee you can get from an artifact. That's just 478 additional melee damage just by the skills themselves. And if you add on the Psycho Stabber, which does 340, that's already over 700 in melee damage. Then you have artifacts that can go up to 38 in melee, and you have class mods that can go up to 63. You are literally going to be getting close, or possibly reaching around 1,000, getting very close to 1,000 in additional melee damage just by punching people in the face. So yeah, the damage you can deal. Hey, I got a consecutive ogre. I will take that because consecutive weapons are very good when the weapons actually fire very fast. So that's actually good. That's actually good that I got that one. So I'll keep that. But unfortunately, no cycle stabber, so we're gonna leave and come back. I still need to get the rest of my math together, but that's basically, that's going to be a lot of melee damage. So people are just going to be exploding if my numbers are proved correct and the build that I have set up planned for Amara works out the way I think it will. But no mistakes in nature, deal more melee damage when you use a status effect. Then you have ebb and flow. Whenever Amara kills an enemy with a melee attack, she gains a portion of the damage dealt back as health. So that's one way to keep yourself alive. And the max it can get to is 3 points, which gives you 63% of the lifesteal of damage dealt, which is actually very nice. Amara's weapons gain increased projectile speed and splash damage from the heavy rain skill, so you can put some points into that. Then you have Go with the Flow. When you freeze an enemy, you gain increased weapon speed, you increase movement speed, and weapon damage for a short time, so that's nice to have. You can just zip around an environment with high damaging weapons. Then you have Combo Breaker. Killing an enemy with melee damage has a chance to reset Amara's action skill cooldown, and that reset chance is 20%. But if you're killing enemies with melee damage all the time, then the chances of you resetting your action skill go up exponentially. And then you have a augment in the skills that's called Expedite. Whenever Amara kills an enemy with her action skill, she gains increased action skill cooldown rate until she activates her action skill again. So having that augment on gives you a cooldown rate of plus 30% per every enemy you kill. So even if the Combo Breaker skill doesn't proc every time you kill an enemy with melee, you're still reducing how long you have to wait for your action skill to cool down when you're just killing enemies with melee anyway. So for all intents and purposes, if you build Amara right, you could pretty much be making it so that whenever you use an action skill and you're killing enemies, you pretty much reset your action skill constantly, because you're always punching and killing enemies so quickly, your action skill is just ready to go again and again and again and again. Now, of course, I'm saying all this now, and it sounds good on paper. The execution, however, we need to see if that actually leads to that. But I am looking forward to seeing just to what extent it can actually get to. Easy. And some legendaries just, hey, I'll take that. Even though the spinner is not that great of a weapon, I'll still take it because consecutive weapons is nice to have. That is not a cycle stabber. That is not what we need. Exit and go back. Then she has another skill that makes it so her action skill deals cryo damage. And cryo damage is very good because it also allows you to do even more melee damage against frozen enemies. Now, of course, there are some enemies who are resistant to cryo damage, but being able to freeze enemies and hit them with your melee attacks means that you're either going to be causing them to explode, or you're causing them to freeze and shatter, which just does more damage to them. So when you get, I just feel like with the way that Amara's skill tree is going to be when it releases next week, we're going to be seeing some insane melee-only Amara builds out there. I feel like Moxie's going to make one. I feel like Jolt's Dude and Killer 6 is going to make one. I know I'm going to make a build for her. I already got one planned and saved and up in mind. I just need to get this Psycho Stabber in order for me to get closer to the potential that I'm looking for. But going back to her skills, also, hey Psycho, what's going on? Hope you've been doing good today. Let me just put some points into Heavy Rain so I can get the next skill. So down here, and I say next skill because I got the web page up that shows her new phase flare tree. Here we have Joyful Freedom. After activating her action skill, Amara gains increased melee damage for a short time. So, yeah, just more and more melee damage. And then the max melee damage it gets to is plus 70% in additional melee damage. I told you guys you'd be doing insane amounts of melee damage here. And it lasts for 12 seconds. So if it lasts for 12 seconds and you're killing enemies with melee damage, then you're just resetting your action skill, and then you're using the skill again, and then you're procting Joyful Freedom again, which allows you to continuously do high amounts of melee damage as long as you keep constantly throwing out your action skills over and over again, which is just fantastic. Let me see here. Question, which is better, Riven mods or primed mods? Prime mods are pretty much what people go after whenever Barrow swings by, or if you manage to get your hands on one. So whatever you do, never get rid of any prime mods you come across. However, Riven mods, if they are rolled right, far outclass that of prime mods. But the thing is, with Riven mods, they only roll for weapons. And they only have, and it's unfortunate that they only roll for weapons, so sometimes you'll get a mod that makes it so you do additional critical damage, like 145 additional critical damage, but if the weapon itself is not good with critical damage, then the critical damage probably won't be that high. So it's always good to double check if you ever get like a Riven mod and you find out what it can do. It's always good to double check and see if it's good by asking chat to like look over it and see how good it is. But sometimes Riven mods are very, very good. And you'll see it all throughout trade chat on Warframe where they try to sell some mods with god rolls on them. So if you manage to get a good god roll, hold on to it. But it depends on the mod itself. Some Riven mods are good, some are bad, but they can be re-rolled if you have enough Kuva for it. That's the thing. No Psycho Stabber here. Go back and go back in. Alright, continuing down the phase flare tree, we have Body and Mind. Kill skill. Amara's melee attacks deal bonus splash damage for a short time. So basically what this means is that your melee attacks will have explosive radius now, which is actually pretty sick when you think about it. Punching, that also slightly explodes. So if you put enough points into there, your splash damage goes up to 11, and it lasts 12 seconds, which is a kill skill. I cannot wait to see just how well some of these skills actually synergize with one another, and you're just doing a whole bunch of stat bonuses over and over and over again. Alright, and then going over, we have Free the Soul, which is another kill skill. Whenever Amara kills a frozen enemy, splinters fly out from that enemy and home to nearby enemies, dealing cryo damage. This skill has a short cooldown. So it's pretty much self-explanatory. Kill a frozen enemy, and those shards of ice just go shooting off for another enemy, and they deal cryo damage as well. If they get frozen, then you can kind of just chain react a little bit. I'm saying that it sounds good on paper, but, well, you never know. Here's another skill, the Atman, which is a skill I'm definitely going to put all my points into because it's just a pretty simple skill. Amara gains increased skill damage, and the skill damage goes from 9 to 18 to 27. So that's additional skill damage on top of the skill damage you do already. And it's just going to be amazing. Then the last one is Clear the Mind, another kill skill. After killing an enemy, Amara ignores enemies' elemental damage resistance for a short time. This does not affect elemental immunity. So with this kill skill, with this kill skill. I may not get it depending on how my build goes. But it makes it so that enemies that are resistant to status effects no longer are no longer resistant to it. It lasts about 8 seconds, but that means that enemies who are not immune to status effects and are resistant are pretty much just basically enemies with no resistance whatsoever for those 8 seconds, which actually works well in your favor. I don't know if I'm going to include this on my build. I'll have to see just how good it is in the long run on the higher levels, just to see how good it will be. But this might not be a skill that I proc into. And we're still not getting that Psycho Stabber. Also, hey CJ, what's going on? Welcome to the Feel Good Stream. I'm trying to get... Stop shooting me. Stop shooting me. I'm trying to get my hands on a 300/90 Psycho Stabber for a melee Amara that I'm building up. So far, I haven't had any luck. I've been close with a couple of Psycho Stabbers, but not the ones that I've been looking for. Then let's get to the augments and different variations of the Phase Flare. So you have Glow Up. Instead of dealing splash damage to enemies, Amara's... Wow, I'm farming so hard that the game couldn't handle it. It's a good thing that it saves automatically as soon as I got to the main menu, so we're all good. It's not like I lost anything. At least it wasn't in the middle of me killing things that it crashed. And at least I didn't get like a 300/90 Psycho Stabber to fall in the middle of that, and then it crashed all of a sudden, so at least that didn't happen. Just gotta wait for this to finish. I must be farming a little bit too hard. That must have been why the game crashed on me. Error has occurred in Borderlands. Yeah, we know. Go ahead and open that game back up. It's a good thing I wasn't streaming through the PlayStation, otherwise the stream itself would have ended because, you know, the game has to be up in order for a stream to be going, which is a very stupid thing by PlayStation, but, you know. So we just gotta wait for it to pop right back up again. But on the side of these augments, you can turn Phase Flare in pretty much a healing orb, which kind of works similar to Maya's Res in a way, where you can send the orb towards a downed ally, and it gives them a second win. And even though it has a duration, even though it has a cooldown of 28 seconds, given the fact that your Guardian rank allows you to have a smaller action skill cooldown rate, and you have skills on this phase... Sorry, am I too close to my mic? I apologize. Even though you have a cooldown rate increases from your Guardian rank, and you have cooldown rate increases kill skills on Amara already, this cooldown doesn't seem like it's going to last all that long. Because normally my Phase Grasp should be lasting, I don't know. Hold on, let me go over to that tree. Because my Phase Grasp, my, Ties That Bind, the cooldown should be 18 seconds. But mine's only lasts, the cooldown for it only lasts about 5 seconds. And it tends to go faster when my shields are full. So any of these skills that require a long cooldown in order to go, it's pretty much diminished by some of these kill skills and your Guardian rank with increased cooldown from action skills. So, but this glow up is going to be useful if you're the type that wants to be the healer of the group and want to make sure that no one gets downed all that often. Underneath that, we have Shooting Star, where Amara summons an orb of elemental energy that deals constant elemental damage to nearby enemies. You can make it fly towards them, which also increases the amount of overall damage the orb deals to enemies. Additionally, the elemental orb continuously fires elemental projectiles at the last enemy Amara damage. Then you can press the other button to cause the orb to return to Amara. That has a cooldown. The one that I think I'm going to be using for Amara is called Light Fantastic. The variation of this phase flare reads, Amara summons an orb of elemental energy that deals constant elemental damage to nearby enemies. Whenever Amara damages an enemy, the elemental orb automatically travels to that enemy. Whenever Amara kills an enemy, the elemental orb gains increased damage. So it lasts for 24 seconds, and whenever you damage an enemy, the orb will go to that enemy, and whenever you kill an enemy, then the orb just continuously builds damage, and it does not say that it has a max amount of damage that it can output, which means that you could possibly clear a room with this variation of the phase flares, which is the exact skill I'm going to be going for. The Light Fantastic, dealing it more and more damage as time goes on, and as you're killing enemies over and over and over again. It's going to be ridiculously sick. Oh, I cannot wait for this this skill to release next week. I really can't. But that is it for Amara's phase flare tree. Now, the thing is with her class mod concerning the phase flare, it only drops in the new arms race DLC that's going to be releasing with the new season's pass next week. That's the only way you can actually get a class mod concerning her phase flare. But the one I'm always going to be going for is one that increases more melee damage. And whichever one increases more melee damage is whichever increases more melee damage for your skills and has a passive for more melee damage. That is the one I'm going to be going for. Because if you get the right type build in a god roll, like action skill cooldown, action skill damage increase, and melee damage increase, which I consider a god roll for that type of mod, it's going to be some crazy damage overall. But I'm just saying, this all sounds good on paper. It's the execution where things are going to really fall into place if I put some time and effort into it. But before we get to any of that, I need to get my hands on this Psycho Stabber! Y'all need to quit playing! Give me that gun! And I find it funny how whenever I type in Psycho Stabber just to make sure I see the drop rate of how fast it can release, I tend to see eBay ads of the Psycho Stabber that people are selling online. There are actually people selling these guns online for people to buy with real money, like actual real money. People are selling these guns online for people to get. Lucy's Call, Elemental Novas. How much space do I have inside of my backpack? I got 49. If I were to pick that up right now, I'd run out of space.
I will have a place in the
And
great
there's nothing
hall.
down there. Alright, so our Psycho Stabber isn't here. I'm not going after any of these weapons, regardless of how good they are, because that is not the goal for today. Wonder who has the best abs between Amara and Mikasa? I mean, they both do, if you want me to be quite honest with you. So it's kind of hard to choose between the two. If you want me to be completely honest. Big head mode, classic. Yeah, it helps when I'm trying to get that, the crit damage. It makes it easier for me to plug all those bullets into their noggin, which allows me to kill them quicker. Though I feel like I may need to re-roll the modifiers for this, so I don't have to have that constant frozen cryo nova always hit me in the back all the time. But I don't know if I'll get the exact same roll again. But we'll have to see. will say this though. This month is gonna be busy. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity, Spider-Man Remastered, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Godfall, which is actually looking kind of good, by the way. Like, really good. We still need to see more of it to see if it can actually surpass all these other games that have been attempting these looter games and have been failing so far to actually live up to the hype. But I'm really hopeful that this game, that Godfall, is actually good. I really hope it is. Because we desperately need a good looter game after what Avengers calls itself trying to do. Alright. No Psycho Stabber. We exit and leave. Can I take a moment to be real with you guys real quick, if you guys don't mind? I just want to say thank you for coming out to see me today. I take great pride and joy in doing this whenever I can, which is I'm still working on turning this into a full-time thing. It is not a matter of time for me to do it, but just I want to be able to do it full time, and it actually provides for me, in a manner of speaking, because I got no problem with doing this all the time. In fact, that's what I'm, like you guys know, that's what I'm working towards. This is what I love to do. I love to entertain, put a smile on people's faces, and just overall play this game. And overall entertain you guys. Not just play this game, but just entertain you guys. But it really brings a smile to my face whenever you guys either show up to my streams that I'm doing, or you leave comments on videos that I did recently or done in the past. I'm still getting people who are finding my My Hero Academia read-throughs, my My Hero Monday videos, and they're constantly leaving comments saying, thank you for doing this, I've been looking for someone to make videos like this. And the comments are there. I'm not saying this just to beef up my own videos or anything. The comments are there if you guys want to fact check me on that. But I'm just happy that I'm able to bring some semblance of entertainment to people out there right now. I'm happy, you guys. I love doing what I'm doing. This right here, I absolutely love putting my talents to use, not in service of just to myself, but in the service of you guys, in the purpose of entertaining you and, you know, putting a smile on your face. That is why I do this. It's very easy to get caught up in the fame and fortune that YouTube and this platform can bring you, but I'm just content with being able to entertain people and knowing that I can make people's days feel better. Sure, getting paid and everything, that's an added bonus, but that shouldn't be the main thing one goes after with a platform like this. I just love doing this. This is what I'm good at. Voice impressions, the game videos and streams, I just love it all. I really do. You guys don't even know. This is where my talents lie. This is what I'm good at. I just love doing this, and I never get tired of doing this. There isn't a day where I'm thinking, oh man, I don't feel like streaming today. I don't feel like making videos today. Now, mind you, there are days when I take some days and I just chill and relax on my own. But I'm always thinking about, well, what am I going to do for my next stream? What am I going to do for my next video? I am always brimming with anticipation the next thing I'm going to do. That's why I love doing this so much. So I just want to say thank you for everyone, whether you're watching this live or whether you're watching this after this goes up and it's fully processing and you guys are watching this later. I just want to say thank you for giving me the time of day, especially now because the world needs a lot more happiness and the world needs a lot more people out there who are willing to go that extra mile to make sure that, hey, you doing all right? You doing okay? How's your day been? I'm here to put a smile on your face if you're feeling sad and whatever. So I'm here. That's what this channel is here for. And of course, mind you, I can say all this stuff all day, every day. Oh, I'm a good person. Oh, I do all this. Oh, I do all that. But I am a man of action, and I prefer to show you guys through action rather than just me, you know, say it, because it sounds good on paper. But like I said with like the whole build for Amara, the execution is where you see how it goes. So you guys just stay tuned to where this channel goes from here, because I don't intend to slow down and I don't intend to stop. This is what I love. This is what I intend to do for the rest of my life as far as entertainment goes and, you know, career goes. This is what I'm aiming for. This is what I love to do. Say, could you give us a previously on X-Men for old time's sake? Da-na-na-na-na-na. 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 Da-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. 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 I'm gonna stop before they try to hit me with a DMCA copyright claim. You know what's funny? One of my I got an email. I got an email earlier, like 1 o'clock in the morning, but I was too busy working to pay attention to it. Apparently, YouTube went and age restricted one of my Skyrim videos because it didn't fit in their community guidelines. And it was me just doing like a Daedric item hunt. I don't know what they found wrong with it. They just says this didn't fit with our guidelines. So yeah, we're gonna have to age restrict your video. This is the first time that YouTube has ever age restricted one of my videos. I mean, it doesn't affect me in the slightest because the video itself only got like 6 views back when I made it. So I don't care either way, but I just find it odd out of all the games that I have on my channel, Doom, Neo, everything else, they just decided to put like an age restriction on that one for all reasons. Have I ever performed the X-Men theme on my trumpet? I have not, but the idea is now in my head, and don't be surprised if you see it pop up on the channel sometime soon. So thank you for that, CJ. That idea is now in my head, and it is not going to leave. I'll just add it to my list of things to do. That and fully learning the beginning of the Sono Chino Sadame. That's another one I'm going to be working on as well. Out of all X-Men members, which power would you like to have? I would like to have... that's actually a really good question because they all have sick powers. I would like to have Nightcrawler's ability to teleport. That's what I would like. It would be sick. You want to know why? The intro to X2 X-Men United. The entire moment where Nightcrawler assaults the White House and goes after the president. That entire scene is godlike and makes me want to have that type of power. I mean, he had his own Quicksilver moment before Quicksilver was even thought of on the silver screen. That's how awesome it was.
Moving on.
Alright, that's not what we need. Let's go back and farm for it again. But yeah, Nightcrawler's ability to teleport. I would like to have that. I don't want to have Wolverine's adamantium skeleton or regeneration or anything like that. Because, I mean, we've seen what happens when he faces against people who can manipulate metal. It hurts. We've seen what happens in the comics. Had the whole adamantium skeleton, had all the adamantium literally ripped through his body. Can you imagine having metal grafted to your bones and then having it forcibly removed through your skin? It's gotta be excruciating, even if you can regenerate. So yeah, teleporting, it would be sweet. I may not know where I'm going at all times because, you know, I can't, it's not like a worldwide type teleport, but it's just where I can see type teleport, but it would still be useful. It'd be sick. But of course, having telekinesis, that would be sick as well. I wouldn't have to need to teleport because I could basically fly. You know what? Never mind. I'd take telekinesis. I would take telekinesis. I don't want telepathy. I've seen what happens to people in comics and in movies when you have massive amounts of telepathy. If you ain't got to rein in on that type of power, it could overtake you, or you could wind up hurting people by accident. I would rather have telekinesis. I would rather have telekinesis because, come on, who wouldn't want to be able to move things with your mind? Like, do you know how easy it would be to handle groceries? Do you know how easy it would be to lift heavy things or move out of a house if you have telekinesis? You ain't got to pay nobody. You could just move it all on your own. Multiple pieces of furniture at once. You ain't got to worry about tipping no movers. You ain't got to worry about buying no van if you don't want to. You could just make all your stuff float in the air and flow to your new location. Unless it's long distance, then I would highly suggest getting a van. But, otherwise, telekinesis would be very, very useful. It's literally like the answer to people who don't have super strength. Just lift the things that you couldn't normally lift with your body. And there you go. Alright, we got some drops. But it is not what we want. Yeah, you're being all hyped because you shot at me and hit me, but I'll pass. But yeah, telekinesis, it would be fine. And if you train it to the point, you can even keep bullets from hitting you. You can keep things from hitting you in general. Protection. It's good defensively and it's good offensively. And then if you use telekinesis on yourself, you can make yourself fly. Yes, please. And if you put like a telekinetic shield around yourself, you can fly at high speeds and not worry about, you know, splattering yourself on hard surfaces because you got the shield itself. Wish that you had some telekinesis around this time as you do some moving too. Hey, it'd be useful. It'd be very useful. Really wishing for an ambitious superhero game to come out soon. I don't include Marvel Avengers in that because it's not ambitious. We've seen that type of game before. Adding Marvel and Marvel characters into the game does not make it ambitious. It just means it's a different type of the same game we've seen before. I'm really waiting and really hoping that somewhere in the future, since we have the PS5 coming out, and that means that you can go a lot further beyond. You can push past your limits. You can go plus ultra with the type of games you can make. We need a new superhero game. Not Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, because frankly I'm tired of hey Stephanie! I'm frankly tired of superhero games where you have to constantly kill Superman over and over and over again. I'm kind of tired of that. You had it in Lego Batman 3, you had it in both Injustice games where he was a villain, and now you have it in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, where apparently they're being controlled by Brainiac. And the odd thing is, this is the Justice League, but this is also set in the Arkhamverse. So does that mean that there's no Batman? Because in Batman Arkham Knight, he technically, even though it's not really official, he technically, if you want to go by official statements, Batman should not be a thing anymore. So it makes me wonder, even though the Justice League is being controlled by Brainiac, what does that mean for Batman in the Arkhamverse? Because the whole game is set in the Arkhamverse. So that means no Joker, no Poison Ivy. Anyone who died in Arkham Knight should not be around in Kill the Justice League. Unless Kill the Justice League is set in a time period before the events of Arkham Knight and they're just happening elsewhere. That might make it so that villains who have died in the past can make appearances later, but it's too soon to say. We don't have our gun. Gotta exit out, come back in. I will not stop until I get that Psycho Stabber. But we really need... This might sound messed up. If I have the power to turn invisible and move stuff with my mind, I would creep someone out. Yeah, that would definitely creep someone out. Being invisible and moving stuff with your mind, you'd basically be like an invisible ghost. You make a killing being paid to mess with ghost hunters. I've always wanted and liked the relatively uncommon power of molecular manipulation yourself, which you can also do if you achieve a certain degree of mastery and refinement and telekinesis too. Kind of reminds me of the thing that the Phoenix Force can do, because that's basically what the Phoenix Force can do. And especially when used through Jean Grey, yeah, she can do the whole molecular manipulation thing. Turning wood into gold. And the like. But I would really like to see an ambitious superhero game where it's not like, oh, you only got a certain power. No, like you can choose what power you want to have and you can expand on that exponentially. You got flight? Sure, you got flight, but you can also upgrade it to super flight. And then you can also upgrade the super flight to being able to travel around the world all like at half light speed or something like that. Come on, we're good. We're entering into a next gen console era. Well, you can't tell me you can't make games where load times are going to be ridiculous. And you can't do it because, oh, the too much processing power, it's too ambitious, we can't do that. We're past that point now. Now's the time to go beyond whatever barriers you were held back by with the PS4 and go see how far you can go with the PS5. Give us some superhero games where I can make my own superhero, do whatever I want, solve crimes, help people, not DC Universe Online, and I can just basically do all sorts of things. How did you even die? We didn't get a Psycho Stabber again, so we're gonna have to exit out again. Right after I look at some of these legendaries that popped up. What is this? It is a recursion. Don't need that. Like, I want the ability to choose what type of powers I have, but also have, like, expansive skill trees. If I want to character who can run at super speed. I want an expansion of that. Give me superhuman reflexes where my perception of time in the game slows everything down, but I can still move at high speeds. Or give me the ability to look like I'm teleporting next to an enemy, but I'm moving at high speeds, slow time, being able to cross a city and at high speeds, or fast travel at light speeds and stuff like that. Expansive options for a superhero game. Because frankly, with some of these games that we're getting now that are concerning superheroes, we've kind of seen it done before. Squad-based games where, sure, you get loot and you get to play through stages, but Marvel Avengers really isn't setting the bar high enough for it to be like something to, strive towards as far as superhero games are. It's something to, look at this. You see what's wrong with that? Yeah, don't do that. That is what Marvel Avengers is right now. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are enjoying the game. It's great for taking photos, and it's great for, playing on and off again, but it's not currently at a place where you can just tell people like, hey, you need to go get this game. It is not in that state. It has not been for a very long time. Probably would have said that, and I probably would have said that during its initial week, but like what? How many months later? 2 months later? Yeah, it's not there. It's not there. And the fact that they keep pushing back everything is just making it even harder for people to stick around, which is unfortunate. Because this was supposed to be a game that they said they want people to play for years. But they can't even get out of the first year with all the content they need to, because they're still constantly fixing the game's constant, overwhelmingly long list of bugs that just keep popping up every single time they mess with something. How would telekinesis or just molecular or energy manipulation work in a game? Alright, so the best thing I can think of when it comes to telekinesis is give us the same amount of control you have from the Force Unleashed. The left stick moves things left, right, back, and forth, while the right stick moves things up and down. So while you're using telekinesis, you can either move things into certain areas, or you can make it so that when you're targeting an enemy, whenever you throw something, whatever you're targeting automatically has whatever you're holding get thrown at that object. And telekinesis could be used, telekinesis could be used along the same lines as that of control. Like you pull up a telekinetic shield and block stuff, or you can pull up a shield that makes it so that you can stop bullets from hitting you. Basically, whatever you could do in Force Unleashed as far as telekinetic powers like Force Push and everything else that's Force related as far as pushing and pulling things, basically kind of do that. But then when it gets down to the nitty gritty, such as, fine-tuning things, maybe throw up a telekinetic shield to block incoming attacks or objects or keep bullets from hitting you. Energy manipulation. You could just, in lore, it could be called, like, excite the molecules into an object to call it to spontaneously combust or explode. The same can be done for characters you're fighting, such as enemies. I don't know if it's like a rated teen type game, then you can make it so that it doesn't. You can make it so that it either knocks out a human enemy or causes like robots or whatever type of creature to explode or combust, depending on status effects or if you have stuff like that. I would kind of steer away from loot-based gains. Like, I would highly suggest steering away from the type of game where it's, hey, you need this type of gear in order to do this sort of damage. Otherwise, yeah, you're not going to do as much damage as you would like. I would rather have a superhero game where you unlock skills, and that makes you powerful, rather than, you get skills, but that's not really important. What's important is you have gear that has all these stat boosts and all these improvements, and like, oh, you have to decide, oh, well, this gear piece is better than that one, but that gear piece gives me this, or that gear piece gives me that, so you have to compromise all your stats just to feel powerful. That's the problem with the Avengers right now. There's a lot of compromise that has to happen in order for you to get one edge in one specific thing. But energy manipulation, I figured, I don't know. Like I said, a proper Green Lantern kind of game would be excellent to see done one day. I would love to see a Hulk game. Either a remake of Ultimate Destruction or a game that takes cues from it and we get like a whole new Incredible Hulk game altogether. Because frankly, right now, that's still Ultimate Destruction from 2005 still remains the best Hulk game of all time. Marvel Avengers Hulk doesn't even come anywhere near close to how epic that game felt when it came to playing as a Hulk in a video game. We have yet to see that. And to be quite honest, it's unfortunate because you would think that with people loving that game so much that people would try to make that sort of game again in other games. But unfortunately, you know, you can't have people liking stuff because we got to be innovative. We got to be different. We can't do the same thing. People get tired of the same thing. Not true, because people still play that game. People still love that game. So I would love to see a Hulk game done right. Because Marvel Avengers, yeah, if you're looking for a game that does the Hulk right, Marvel Avengers is not it. It isn't. I can boot up my old PS2, which is underneath my desk right now. I can boot that up, blow off the dust that's on it, put it in Incredible Hulk, and I can feel like I can take down anybody and anything. Just the unstoppable power of the Hulk is just perfect in a game that is 15 years old versus a game that is made by both Marvel, Crystal Dynamics, and Square Enix, and we still can't get a Hulk that can take more than 2 rocket shots to the body before he gets knocked out. Like, the Hulk in the Ultimate Destruction game could literally punch rockets back at people. He could catch those rockets and throw them at people. The Hulk we get in Avengers, he's like, Hulk only powerful when he grabs 2 people. Then Hulk can use them as battering rams, as flails, and then hit people. But if Hulk get hit when holding people, Hulk will drop people because Hulk has butterfingers. I'm sorry, I'm getting right back on another soapbox for Marvel Avengers again. It just disappoints me. It really does disappoint me. I don't even boot up the game all that much. I only recently booted up the game just so I could use my credits that I've earned through the game, because I have not put a single cent into any microtransactions in the game because it is not worth it. I only use the credits that I earned to get the World War Hulk skin, which is the Gladiator Hulk skin that recently came out. That's the only reason why I booted that up. But I would love to see a Hulk game, a standalone, full-fledged, single-player Hulk game, and I would love to see a single-player Superman game as well. That's what I would like to see. Flash, I would like to see that. Stop hitting me! Alright, that is not... It's not a Psycho Stabber, that's not what we need. Out of these 2 people, who would you say you're more afraid of if you saw them mad? Jean Grey or Professor X? A Hulk game probably following either Planet and World War Hulk or other story arcs would be cool to see. It really would. World War Hulk would be interesting because then you would have to face off against the Avengers, the X-Men, the Inhumans, which gives you a lot of bosses and a lot of people to fight. A lot of variety in these boss fights, because not everyone fights the same. You gotta think wisely when you're fighting Black Bolt because, you know, he's powerful. And then you gotta think about fighting the X-Men, so it could be like a whole multiple enemies versus one type deal. Then you got the Avengers. They know how the Hulk works, so you gotta plan and think about how you gotta face off against them. So a Hulk game based off of Planet Hulk or World War Hulk, that'd be sick. But back to your question, Psycho. Out of the 2 people, would I be more afraid of Jean Grey or Professor X? Professor X could wipe my memory and make me think that I was a character on Happy Days. Jean Grey, if she gets mad and she uses the Phoenix Force, she could just straight up wipe me from existence completely. Because Phoenix Force. Professor X may be powerful with his super powerful mind, his super powered mind. But Jean Grey? Yeah. There's a reason why the Phoenix Force sees her as the one true host. And if the Phoenix Force feels like, yeah, this person, I don't like them, I could literally just be disintegrated on the spot or turn into like a sweet roll or something, because that's the level of energy manipulation that the Phoenix Force has. So Jean Grey, I would be more afraid of Jean Grey than Professor X. And you can quote me on that. From here to the stars, going by candy bars. Don't you tell me not to sing my Jimmy Neutron song. Yes. Sorry, I'm talking to my sister. Yes. Rides a kid with a knack for invention. Super-powered mind, a mechanical canine. If Jean Grey wasn't harnessing the Phoenix Force, then Professor Xavier. Yeah, if Jean Grey wasn't using the Phoenix Force, then it would be Professor Xavier. But Jean Grey with the Phoenix Force, yeah, I fear her more than anybody else.
Make her burn!
Smart man. Yeah, it's one thing to upset. It's one thing to upset women because we all know it. They know how to. They really do know how to get you if you ain't careful. You gotta be careful what you say and don't overstep your boundaries. But women with superpowers. Yeah, you a dead dude if you ain't careful. You need to be careful. I mean, we've seen what happens when Calypso was mad and upset at World's End. She literally caused a maelstrom in the ocean when she found out that Davy Jones was the one that betrayed her and told the Brethren Court how to imprison her. She was mad. So yeah. Alright, bro, you seem to want to get my attention. I got you. You good now? Are we good?
Like a sponge.
This is the theme song of Jimmy Neutron. And then at the end of the episode you have, hi, I'm Paul. Still remember that to this day. In the early 2000s, DC did something called the Amalgam Universe, where they fused certain characters, including but not limited to Doctor Strange plus Doctor Fate plus Professor X equals Dr. Charles Strange Fate, aka God. Wow, really? They did that? What a strange amalgamation. Oh, that sure be a strange amalgamation. Oh, Marvel and DC. Oh, okay. So Marvel and DC did a short stint where they combined characters from either their universes into two people. Well, they combined characters into one being? Interesting. I wonder how Doctor Strange plus Dr. Fate plus Professor Xavier would do against Dr. Manhattan. That's a real death battle right there. If you say something to a girl and you start hearing the Kill Bill song, Yeah, just run, dude. Yeah, first of all, if I start hearing music coming out of nowhere and it ain't from my phone, yeah, I'm gonna start moving somewhere because don't nobody expect no background music to pop up all of a sudden. And as soon as you start hearing some boss music, yeah, it's time to go. They also fused Batman and Wolverine to make a character called Darkclaw, and Joker was fused with Sabretooth and called the Hyena. Oh, so basically, if Bud and Lou became a human, that's what the Joker and Sabretooth became. It'd also be concerning if the girl starts whistling the whistle from Kill Bill as well, you know.
I'm ready for a fight.
If she starts whistling that for all of a sudden and she doesn't say anything, yeah, it's time to go find your boys and just go outside for a while. Just hang out someplace else. Don't come back to the house.
Moving on.
Just be out. Just don't come back. Volatile area. Might not want to be around when that whistling stops. Just a suggestion. Constantly triggers novas. This looks nice, but not something I plan to use. We're gonna keep save quitting until we get this Psycho Stabber. It may take me a minute, but I need this weapon. I must have it. We want it. We need it. Also, a bit of a heads up, everybody. BioWare has finally announced the Mass Effect Trilogy Remaster and confirms they are working on a brand new Mass Effect game. So yeah, in 2021, we will be getting a full Mass Effect Trilogy Remaster, which means we get to play through Mass Effect again! But also, that means we get Mass Effect 3 and those endings. Those horrible, horrible endings. But at least you get to see Miranda again. Yeah, the whistling is a slow burn. She's putting thought into your demise. The woo means she's snapped and you have seconds to find shelter. Find shelter? Didn't those assassins who tried to take out the bride try to find shelter and she ended up killing them all? I don't think it's gonna work. Women are smart. They will find you no matter where you go. They will go through every person you've ever known, every person you ever talked to. They will cross-reference your locations to places you like to go, places you like to eat. They will see how far you've traveled to work, what is in between those places, what is near those places. Women are thorough and therefore are not to be trifled with.
Riddling with spices!
Just hope it's better than Mass Effect Andromeda. You know what? I haven't finished that game yet. Psycho Stabber? Did we get a Psycho Stabber? And I'm being called again. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Back to the killing. What have you guys been talking about since I stepped away? I know Cable and Deadpool met sometimes in comics, but I hope I can see him and the X-Men world someday in live action. It'd be great to see the X-Men introduced in the MCU, but we just gotta see how that goes. Please let there be a Psycho Stabber over here. There's a lot of drops. That's a Psycho Stabber. Please be the one I'm looking for.
All is prevailed.
Taking it out on you! Get good or die.
Please, 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 please. No! This is a melee-based one, but not the one I need. Listen to this man, fellas. He knows. Yes, I know. I live with 3 women. I know what buttons to push and what not to push. Hence everyone's favorite stalker game. One day I'm gonna find you. One day I'm gonna find you. And I'm gonna meet ya. I'm gonna get ya, get ya, get ya, get ya. I'm pretty sure that's not the tone that song is in, but I just immediately got to that. And the thing is, I'm saying all this stuff, Stephanie, and I have never been in a relationship. Ever. But I have common sense. And I feel that you need that more than anything. You need common sense more than anything. You should know that if you're talking to a girl and she's fine with the conversation, and then you say one wrong thing and you think you fine, and she just stops talking altogether, and she just like, and she stops giving you any more feedback, and she's just silent, might be time for you to just like slow your roll just a little bit. Have I been sorted into in my house on? Even know what Pottermore is.
Your magic versus my thoughts. Blam!
Don't give me that Psycho Stabber out of my way! Yep, and if she says it's common sense will get you far. Yes, it will. I'm so glad mine's did not pop up until a little bit later into my teens. But thankfully, I knew how to be quiet before my common sense fully settled in. So I knew how to be. So now that I'm 28 now. Now I'm at an age where I know when to be quiet more than anything, because it's better to be quiet than to think you know. As it's fine, it's not fine. I've heard that. Potter website where you can get sorted, get your wand, Patronus, etc., and read articles and play games related to Harry Potter more back in the Some strange creatures. Yes, they are. And to this day, we have yet to ever figure them out. We can figure out the ins and outs of a video game. We can figure out how to put a gun together so effortlessly, know how to wage war, know how to explore the depths of the ocean, go into the far reaches of space. But to this day, there is not a single man alive who can fully understand the complex machinations of the mind of a woman. and I think that's for the best. Because even if we did understand, we'd still mess something up. Because men, as a whole, we can be kind of stupid. And when I say kinda, I mean we can be incredibly stupid. That's the thing. All the creatures on the planet, including the ones that we haven't found yet that are just hiding in places we haven't explored, we have a better chance of figuring those things out before we ever figure out women. The only thing we can do is just figure out what works and what doesn't and avoid the things that don't work. Alright, let's keep going for this Psycho Stabber. Do you mind if I join? I'm also farming Amara stuff. Well, I'm kind of doing it single right now. And plus, even if you were to join, you would just keep getting kicked out because I'm only trying to go to the Psycho Stabber, trying to get the Psycho Stabber, and if I don't get it, then I just exit the main menu, and then you would probably end up just getting kicked out regardless. So it would probably be a lot of experience of you trying to run and do stuff, and then you just get kicked out because I'm just quitting so I can go back into it. So it may not be such a good experience. So that's why I'm kind of doing it single player right now. Because that's the main thing I'm doing. I want that Psycho Stabber. And then when I get that, that's pretty much what I'm going to be using for a great deal of melee damage. Unless I can get my hands on a Face Puncher. And then I'll start leveling up my melee Amara. But getting my hands on this weapon is the absolute paramount thing that I need to do. And I need to stop switching my weapons because this is what's allowing me to kill all those enemies really quickly.
We got runners for gutters. Eat you one.
I find it very funny that I'm giving guys advice on women. I find it funny that I'm just casually throwing it out. Like, I can only tell you guys stuff that has common sense. I'm trying to remember, back in Borderlands 2, would it kick you out of another player's game if you were with them, if they quit out of the screen completely? Or would you remain in their squad regardless? I keep forgetting. Blood Red Igris versus Roanora Zoro. Ooh, that's actually a toughie. Hard to say. Well, we don't know the extent of Zoro's training, so it's really hard to say.
Wait for me.
I'm on the Face Puncher spawn farm right now, so let me know if you want to join to set your spawn there. If you can make her laugh and smile, that's half the work. Yeah, it is. If you can make her laugh and smile, that's half the work done. The second half is keeping it varied, but not too varied where it's, you know, too different all the time, but varied enough where it's comfortable, yet at the same time, I'm trying to find the right word to say here. It's not where it's like overbearing and overly extra, but at the same time endearing and comfortable and full of love. That's how I say it. That's how I think. Good lord, they ain't kidding when they said that this thing has a 10% chance of dropping. And even then, it has a lower chance of being the augment that I actually want. Read my message last. It's after Shonen Sensei's. What did you say? Oh, I was talking about Family Matters. I was talking about it. I was saying, yeah, the show is very deep. But I was also saying how Myra was a far better choice for Steve than Laura was. Like, Laura was kind of shallow when you think about it. As soon as Steve turned into Stefan Urkel, she immediately was like, oh, he's hot now. Oh, I gotta be with him. Instead of seeing him for the loving individual that he was. Sure, he was a massive nerd, loved polka music, and ate cheese all the time, and did things that were overly clumsy. But that dude loved Laura with all his heart and every fiber of his being, even though Laura still treated him like dirt. But as soon as he gets, like, you know, a nice suit, loses the glasses, gets a deeper voice, and you're like, he nice, I gotta speak to him. No, sit down, Laura. You done wasted your chance. But Myra, on the other hand, she loved Steve for who he was, but sometimes she would kind of go overboard, especially when Laura was involved, because she was incredibly jealous of all the attention that Laura would get from Steve. Even though Myra was extremely hot and extremely beautiful, Steve always held out for Laura. And I believe... Let's be honest, nerds are the best ones, though. Aren't we really? Aren't we? We can drop so many facts about nerd stuff. We can keep you entertained for hours. That is why I love being a nerdy guy. It is entertaining. Oh Lord, I have been hit. And sit down. Alright, so... that is not a psycho stabber. That is not a psycho stabber.
I live for this!
So, save quit again. That psycho stabber will be mine! Even when I end the stream, I'm still gonna continue to try and farm for this thing until I get it. I will put a picture up on the community tab when I actually get my hands on one the moment I get it. Because once I get it, I'm gonna feel like Killer 6 did when he got that 95% sham from Borderlands 2. Been doing it for so long, and to get it in my hands, it's gonna be so amazing! Simplicity and spontaneity are key. Yes, you're right. If you want to look at a good couple in fiction that a lot of people call relationship goals, then you would have to probably look at, honestly, when I'm hanging out with a guy and he starts going off about something he's passionate about, even if it's something I don't know a lot about, don't have much interest in, that's, okay. Good to know. Because I feel like sometimes some girls... It depends on the girl, really. It depends on the girl, really, so hopefully I can get one like that. And nerds, when they are into something, they are into it, so that happens way more often with nerds. Yeah, when we find something that we're very passionate about, we will constantly talk about it all the time, and we can carry on full-on conversations. That's one of the things that I tend to do sometimes is when I find something I'm passionate about, I can strike up a conversation about it, and I will talk about it forever. That's where my passion is. Give me that psycho stabber! Stop denying me my birthright!
Siren, protect me!
Sit down, Max. You don't have what I need. Alchemist. That's not the weapon I need. Leave and then come back in. Was always shy and introverted around women until my granddad told me, hey, if you get shot down by a woman, there's 7 billion people on the planet and half of them are women you'll find, and half of them are women. You'll find another one. Hey, I've been told that too. Just because one says no or isn't into you doesn't mean that's the end of the world. I'm letting all guys know, if you ever get rejected, it does not mean that it's the end of ever finding a relationship. You just gotta get right back up on that horse and keep going until you find that one that says like, hey, you find that one. Honestly, though, it's soul-crushing when someone is talking to you about something they care about and then go, sorry, I'm rambling, I'll shut up now, because you know someone has told them that before. You know what's funny? I kind of find myself saying that sometimes to people when I start talking about like what I do here on my channel, and I will constantly talk, and they don't say anything, they just listen. And I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I just went off on this whole conversation, and they'll be like, no, you good, man, you good. It's not that I've had people tell me to stop talking about what I'm talking about, it's just that I don't want to take over the conversation and feel like I'm just keeping them from speaking. That's my whole deal. I can talk about anything that I love, and I will keep going. And sometimes I'll forget that, hey, I'm actually talking to someone, so maybe I should let them talk, and I say that. That's my deal. It's like that time he said he knew that he wasn't worthy of her. It was like, he goes, it's like touching a star. He knows that he could reach it, but I gotta keep trying, man. I almost started crying. And it's like, let people enjoy things, dude. Yeah, there are people out there that are like, dude, you talk too much. No one's going to be interested in you if you keep talking about the same thing. Or no one's going to be interested in you if you're into this thing, because it's hard to find women, or it's hard to find guys who are into this thing. So just dial it back a little bit, and maybe you'll find people who are like, maybe you'll find someone if you just don't try as hard, or maybe if you just stop being this or stop being that. The worst thing you could ever possibly tell someone is to not be yourself when they're into something. That is how you should be. You should always be yourself. Never allow yourself to change just because you're scared the person may not like you for who you are. That is your worst mistake, because then you're not being true to yourself, and you're being what this person would like for you to be. If that person cannot accept you for who you are, the way you are, how you behave, then they are not the one for you. Now, mind you, when I say how you behave, I mean like a normal human being. Don't be just like, you know, homicidal and rude and negative and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean like if you're just yourself and you're happy with it, then just be yourself. I get that my issue is volume control. I don't often get told to stop talking, but I get told to lower my volume a lot, mostly by my mom. My thing is, my family tells me that I tend to be quiet, and I tend to watch things before I make any moves. The thing is with me is sometimes I tend to overthink things, and sometimes more than likely, I tend to run a dozen different scenarios in my head about things that are going on at a certain period or time, and I always think about what possible outcome this could come to, so I kind of prepare myself like that. But that's me. And it's sometimes it's difficult for me to open up when it comes to certain things, like during my break. And this is the first time this has kind of happened. I was talking to one of my coworkers, and I was talking to her, and I was talking about my dad and how he didn't have to go into work earlier yesterday morning, so he just came into my room and he just sat down and we were just talking. And it was so nice, just him talking to me, and I was just telling him how things are going great on the channel, how I always look forward to it, and everything that's going on with me. And he was just sitting down and he was just saying, you know what, that's great, son. He just sat there with a smile on his face. Sorry, it's just nice to have my dad here. Sorry, like, I'm getting in the same thing like I was when I was sitting in the break room. I almost teared up when I was sitting there. Like, I really did tear up. Like, I don't cry often, but I was really tearing up because I'm just happy that my dad's there, you know? But having him sitting here and he's just listening to everything. He's just listening and he's just smiling as I'm telling him that everything things that make me happy, and he's just sitting there and I'm like, that's great, son. I'm happy for you. It's wholesome, you know? That's what I mean by opening up. I told my coworker that, and I literally was almost brought to tears because of it wasn't like sad tears. It was happy tears. It was almost tears, because I didn't fully cry, but it was just like, I just sat down and think about it like, wow. I got a dad here who's actually proud of me, and who actually encourages me to go after what I love to do. And it's just like, he actually comes in here and he sits down with me and he just talks to me. It's just wholesome, you know? And when I think about it, I try not to think about it, because then I'm just gonna get all emotional and I'll start tearing up like I did in the break room. Like, that was the first time in years that I got to the point of tears, because it was just so emotional just thinking about being around my dad. I'm sorry. It's just sorry. I'm thinking about it now, and I'm not trying to start bawling here. It's just that I got a really great family that loves me. Sorry. Not a lot of people can say that. I'm just happy to have them here. Whew. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm sorry. It's just the more I think about it, the more appreciative of them I am. Anyway, let's get back to farming before I start bawling here and my voice starts cracking and you guys can't make out what I'm saying. I think that might be the first time I've ever almost cried during a stream before. Actually shown that deep level of emotion all of a sudden. It's been a long time. Not to say that I'm emotionally dead or anything like that. It's just that it takes a lot for it to get to that level.
Reinforcements!
Give me that psycho stabber! Okay, y'all gonna have to stop doing that. Y'all gonna have to stop doing that. I'm trying to get this weapon, and y'all are making it hard! Action skill cooldown rate, area of effect. Okay, now y'all getting annoying. Y'all getting annoying. This is not a good artifact to have, so I'll just switch it out. Well, it's not a good artifact for me to have right now because it doesn't fit with the build that I want to do. So, I'm not going to take that. I probably should sell some of the stuff that I have that I don't really need Just so I can clear up space, just in case I come across that Psycho Stabber. Kind of cool that this convo happened close to American Thanksgiving. Sounds like you have a lot to be thankful for. Yeah, I do. I wouldn't trade anything for this. I wouldn't trade my family for anything in the world. Forget the PS5. Forget all the games coming out. Forget anything super cool and innovative coming out this year and the next year. As long as I got them, everything else is just icing on the cake. But let's go ahead and sell some of this stuff that we picked up so far. Some of these I can actually get rid of because I may not use them. I don't need this Psycho Stabber. I don't need this one. And this is pretty much the same as this one, except this one has better zoom. So that one can go. I don't know why I'm holding on to some of these guns, even though they have like consecutive augments on them. I might keep them just because they have those anointments on them, but I may get rid of them. Same, live with my parents, and yes, sometimes we butt heads and get on top of each other a bit, but I know when the day comes that I move out, I'll miss seeing them every day. Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to be the same for me as well. This is a family that I've lived with my entire life, from the time my dad was in the military, my time my dad was in the army, got shipped off to Afghanistan. All I had was just family. Sure, I had friends that I made along the way, but it was just me and my family the entire time. This is the life that we've always known. So when we get out on our own, we have to get out there, but it's going to be like, wow, it's going to take some getting used to, because these are the people that I used to live with every day. But such is the way of life. This is why our parents raise us, so that we can get out on our own and make a stand for ourselves. That's why I'm happy to have the parents that I have. My parents raised us right. So when we go out there in public, we're representing what my parents have taught us, which is why I do my best to be on my best behavior whenever I go outside anywhere. Where however I act is a reflection of how my parents raised me, and I'll be danged if I make my parents look bad, because I respect them that much. Widowmaker, regenerate. Why am I holding on to this one? This one's weak. Alright, let's sell this stuff. And let's go see Mr. Boreman. Alright, let's do it again.
Let's do it again! Let's do it again!
This is basically what this stream is going to be until I get this Psycho Stabber that I want. Just me trying to farm this Borman Nate's dude for however long it takes until I get that gun. Alright, a Jericho dropped. I might need to re-roll the whole Cryo Nova modifier. There's this one. Weapon damage is increased by 100. And that's fine. I would rather have splash damage increased anyway. Dive right back in. Same here, doubly so, since we live in a small town where my dad is a pastor, kind of like living in a fishbowl at times. Everyone knows everyone else's business, so I gotta be on my best behavior. Yeah, my parents are in a similar type of situation as well. They're leaders in our church, and everyone knows all of us. So whenever I'm by myself, like, there are people watching. People always are watching my behavior to see whether or not I'll do something against how my parents taught me, because there's always those types of people in churches. They're in every single church. But they haven't been able to get anything on us because we're on our best behavior. We behave how we were raised. So it's not like you're going to catch us acting out of character. You're definitely not going to catch me out of character, because I know how some of these people act, and they're just waiting on the chance. So, but yeah, people know us, and we always got to be on our best behavior, so that way we represent our parents well and how they raised us. So I definitely understand that. And especially since I'm a band member at my church as well.
Enemy ahead.
Alright, no legendary. Go out. Prior to being a pastor, my dad was in emergency services, cop when I was an infant, then fire rescue. So you have God and law enforcement keeping an eye on you. Your mom was a preschool teacher most of my life, so that too. Can't get away with nothing. Nope, you can't. Especially in a small town where everyone knows you. Very hard to get away with anything. Not that you would want to. Hint, hint, wink, wink. And I forgot to read this one thing that you said, Shonen Sensei, way back when. I find it hard to believe that you've never been in a relationship, Q. You're a great, funny, smart dude. What else do these girls want? I don't know, dude. But guess it just means I haven't found that right one yet. But it's not like I'm making it a lifelong end goal. One should never make being in a relationship a lifelong end goal. It should be something that goes along with your initial goal in life. If that's what you want. It should be something that happens alongside it, not something that you just go out of your way to invest your whole life into. Because once you get that, I mean, what else is there for you afterwards? If you don't have your own ambitions. No, not at all. I'm a perfect angel at all times and would never do anything against the rules. What are you talking about? Absolutely nothing. We are all on our best behavior. I can't even say that with a straight face.
Nothing to it.
Cycle stabber? Cycle stabber?
Enemy ahead.
Oh, we got another one, but we gotta kill these enemies so we can find out which one this is. And there are immediate giblets. Okay, so we got a monocle right there, and we got a cycle stabber right there. Please be what I need. No! Oh, they are teasing me so much with this. We'll give you a cycle stabber, but we're gonna give you a cycle stabber without the one you want. Like, look at that. Look at, where did you come from? Thought I killed everybody. Okay, back to what we were doing. They keep giving me every single different variation of this cycle stabber except for the 300/90 version. They're teasing me. They're teasing me. I feel like that augment out of all the weapons you get in this game is by far the most difficult to get your hands on. You'll get more like, phase slam, increased melee damage, or more damage against named enemies and bosses and what have you. But that 300 over 90 is always the hardest anointment on weapons to find out of everything. And not to mention the also side note of this weapon having a 10% chance of dropping. So it doesn't even drop 100% of the time. So it just makes things even more trickier. But I shall not give up. This is what I want. Wow, I've been going for 2 hours and 31 minutes so far. Not bad, not bad. But when I get my hands on that Psycho Stabber, I'm gonna be happy. Happy. In the words of Nobunaga Oda, is that so? Or John Cena, are you sure about that? You know, I got his video saved as a green screen effect. I have yet to use it in one of my future videos. I'm gonna use it, but I just haven't used it yet. Alright, Mr. Borman Nate, I'm gonna need you to drop that Psycho Stabber again, but with the augment that I want.
I am the greatest.
Didn't even bother dropping any legendaries this time. I literally have almost all the skins, all the unlockables. Yet it still won't give me the Psycho Stabber that I want! But we shall keep trying until we get it. The thing is, I'm doing this so often, I've been doing this so often during the stream that I can kind of take my eyes off the screen and actually talk to you guys wholeheartedly. And me just playing this on the game itself has become secondary, so I could just engage in conversation with you guys without having to worry about focusing on the game because I pretty much know how to do it so nonchalantly now. Ooh, this is my kind of stream. Feel good. Yeah, this is a feel good stream today. I haven't done one of these in a while. It's just one where everyone can just swing by and chat. We'll just talk. Make everyone leave a lot better than they came in. It's different from my chillin' chat where you guys can do pretty much whatever you want and just talk about whatever. But this stream's purpose is to, you know, put a smile on your face and make sure it stays there once the stream is over. That's pretty much the whole purpose of this channel and every objective of my streaming videos, but this one is a lot more pronounced. Also, hey, Sensei Nam, it's good to see you again. But basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get my hands on a Psycho Stabber with the 300 over 90 anointment on it. And I've been getting some Psycho Stabbers, but not the one that I want because of the melee Amara I'm working on for the new skill tree release. I will get it. I will get my hands on it. It's not a question. It's not a matter of if, but of when. It's only a matter of time. but we didn't get it. So let's exit out and go back in. Been a pretty good day. Got time with the BF, yummy mac and cheese made by the BF, and a feel-good stream to keep me entertained while I'm at work. Well, I'm happy to bring some sort of entertainment to your day. Anyone else here going to try and smoke or fry a turkey for either Thanksgiving or Christmas? Never thought about smoking or frying a turkey. I don't know how Gearbox gonna top Borderlands 3 when the character's gonna have 4 skill trees. Did they ever say that 4 skill trees were gonna be the max? We could get more! Could we finally get Amara being able to go full star platinum over and over again as a melee mode in the foreseeable far-off future in 2021? I would like to, because, I mean, she can make multiple arms appear out of her. And I feel like she should be doing just like what the first Hokage does with that veritable arms cannon and just punching repeatedly over and over with multiple arms all at once. Just like, you know, Jetta Gatalinga! But we're gonna have to wait and see if that's the direction they go in. I'm gonna constantly bring it up every time they either have a tweet, or have a live stream, or have a moment where the devs are talking to people about it. I'm gonna constantly bring it up until I put it in people's heads that, hey, this might be something interesting to work on. Because, I mean, come on. From Amara's character reveal trailer, you can't tell me that she's not fit for that sort of thing. Wait, where did Borman Nates go? Did he die? Did he die already? Where did he go? Where'd he go? Oh, there you are. You better have that psycho stabber! Alright, I see Monaco. I see you shooting me. You are dead. No big surprise. Binary Sublime Cutsman, don't care about that. Weapon damage increased by 100% on the end of the skill, don't care about that. Don't care about the Devastator. I don't care about any of these, to be quite honest, because they are not what I'm looking for. Though this does give me a bunch of damage for assault weapons, heavy weapons, and Children of the Vault weapons. But it's not what I need. Have to work for Thanksgiving, so I'll likely munch on appetizers in the morning, go to work at 1, and Mom will bring me leftovers after she's done cooking. Oh, that's sweet. Wish things were normal so theaters are open. Imagine the movies that will come out after this mess. 2021 is going to be a awesome... Yeah, it's going to be a sweet movie year. Like, we're getting so many movies. But the whole C-19 thing that's been going around the world right now has been putting a damper on movies that should have been releasing this year. Like, we could have gotten Venom 2 this year. We could have gotten a sequel to the Venom movie this year. But it's been pushed back. So I can't wait to see what 2021 is going to bring movie-wise and game-wise. Give me superhero games in the next year. Probably shouldn't cuss in here, my bad. Hey, you ain't bothering me. Only words I got restricted are ones that are racially insensitive. Probably shouldn't cuss. And the thing is, some people seem to think that my channel is a family-friendly channel. It's a channel for everyone. I mean, I play games on here where I am literally beheading people and dismembering people. I'm playing a game right now where I shoot people in the head and their entire bodies explode, and the only thing that's left are their brains. So, this is not like a kids-only channel. Trust me, it's not. Because I still want to get my videos monetized. I literally do everything here. I just have certain limits. And after we just had that conversation about a perfectly well-behaved angel you are. Well, it's a good thing no one from your town knows who I am, so that means that they won't find out about this conversation, which means your secret is safe. Oh, we got another cycle stabber! Please be the one. And we got some more guardian tokens, which I can't get to because these guys just want to be up close and personal. How about you burn in the corner? Burn in the corner! Alright. Is there a cycle stabber? Please be it. Yes! 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 We got it! We got it! We got it! Yes! Hold on. Exit. And save. Exit and save. Exit and save. Exit and save. Come on, do it. Get to the main menu. Yes! 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 Let's go! Let's go, everybody! We got it! Woo! We got the 300 over 90 Psycho Stabber! Victory laugh. Yes! 2 hours! No, 2 hours during the stream, but it's been over several hours. Well, 2 days if I add like 7 hours per day. That's 14 hours. 16 plus hours of me trying to farm for this weapon, and I got it! Which means we can now finally leave. It's a very girly thing to say, but I like her outfit. I kind of patterned her outfit off of my logo colors, white and reds with hints of black here and there. Not too many black colors on my logo itself, but it's just really just the black lines that separate the whites and reds. But yeah. She do look nice with that top hat though. Kind of reminds me of Dr. Fusilier from The Princess and the Frog. Sit down at my table. Rest your mind at ease. If you relax, it will enable me to do anything I please. I can read your future. I can flip it around some too. I'll look straight into your heart and soul. You do have a soul, don't you, CJ? To make your wildest dreams come true. I got voodoo, I got hoodoo, I got things I ain't even tried. And I got friends on the other side. The term. Yo, we finally got it! And it has that 340 melee damage and additional weapon damage, but no one cares about the weapon damage of this thing. All we care about is the melee damage on it. That is all that matters. Now we can switch over to my melee Amara and start to level her up so she can be prepared for the new skill tree. We're good, ladies and gentlemen. We earned the weapon I've been trying to get for so long. I've kept thinking in my head, please don't let this game crash. Please don't let this game crash after I got this weapon. Please don't let it crash. Please don't let it crash. And it's saved now. So now we get to go to Sanctuary and drop this weapon off into the bank, so that my melee Amara can start to level up and have a nice, sweet melee weapon to look forward to. Whoo! 2 hours and 43 minutes farming for this weapon today. Other days have been longer, but I'm glad I finally got it. I am so happy, you guys. I am so happy! So many kills, so many Guardian ranks gained from farming the same person over and over and over again. Some people would call that the definition of insanity. But I call it repetitious perseverance and determination. See, this is why a game like this, we're doing the same thing over and over, is not necessarily a bad thing. Some games that try to do the whole looter aspect, try to give you things to do over and over in order to get good stuff, and they fail to do it. Borderlands is still one of the best examples of a game where you can basically fight the same enemy over and over and over again, but you won't always get the same thing. Which is why Borderlands still remains at the top of one of the best looter games out there in the world today. Division doesn't come close. Marvel Avengers certainly doesn't come close. Godfall, still keeping an eye on that. Thank you. There it is!
The precious. We have it, we want it, we have it. And now it's ours, and I'll take it for me.
I am so happy, you guys. I finally got it in the bank. And now it's time to put this Amara to rest and go boot up my melee Amara so I can start to level her up. What I'm going to do is, as soon as I boot her up and get to Sanctuary with her, I'm putting that Psycho Stabber in my inventory and locking it so that it never goes away. So what we're going to do is we're going to load my melee Amara, who I've nicknamed Amara the Fist. I'm probably going to change her clothes.
Come in handy.
Or at least the color of, I'm probably going to change the, no, because her clothes are red, white, and black as well, so I'm probably going to keep it that way. And we're at the Spendopticon, so we're running through the DLC for Handsome Jack and the Mad Moxie and the Heist of the Handsome Jackpot. We're still running through this one because I want to get to the Scrap Trap Nest, which is one of the best options you can use for leveling up really fast due to a way that you can just cause the bosses to respawn even after you killed them. But as soon as we get to the Spendopticon, we are actually going to go back to Sanctuary and get that Psycho Stabber and put it in my inventory so it doesn't go anywhere. I put all these high-level weapons in the inventory of my Amara, so that way when she's high-level, she can just start using them right off the bat without having to worry about trying to find them. You guys, I am so happy I have it! Lord of the Rings much? Yeah. I mean, I watched all 3 of those movies not too long ago. Have you ever considered cosplaying as Bruno Bucciarati before? Bruno Bucciarati is a character from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, from the Golden Wind saga, if I'm remembering that correctly. All right, we're here. We need to use the hollow. Wait, what you mean? Wait, what you mean? I can't use my Echo menu. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, what's going on here? Cosplay is another thing I wish I had the skills to pursue more. I've been doing it a little bit to a degree, but not to the point where I am perfectly emulating a character. Like, I got some pieces here and there, but I don't have, like, full-on costumes where I can just transform into a character all of a sudden. I mean, some I can do to a degree, but not fully, you know, costumed. But it's not off the tables for something I may do in the future. Alright. After spending the past 2 hours farming the same enemy over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, it's time to actually do something a little bit different. And seeing as how every single one of these weapons in here is over my level and I can't use, there it is, the precious. And we are going to come over here. We don't need you anymore! We have what we need! The far superior version! Put a star on that one. We're going to sell that one. This is all that matters. Yo, I'm so happy that we have this, you guys. I'm just so happy. So, what I have here is a stopgap, a bullet vacuum. Well, actually, this is not what I really need. What I have... Actually, I don't even have that shield in my inventory. I should probably put it in there. What I have, which is going to work towards the build that I'm going for, is a Brawler Ward shield. Where is it? Here it is. So, I have the one that does more melee damage after I use Phase Slam. I am not going to use this one because I'm going to be using Phase Flare. So this is the one I'm going to be using. So on action skill end, melee damage is increased by 100% for a short time. On that, you also have the added bonus of this special shield where you do 300 additional melee damage while shield is depleted. So while my shield is depleted, I'm doing even more melee damage on top of what I'm already doing from all the stat increases and the new Phase Flare skill that's going to be coming up. Then I do more melee damage on the end of my action skills. So, and then when you add on like the different artifacts that just give you more melee damage overall, it's really going to be crazy how much damage they're going to be outputting. So I'm really looking forward to that. Like this one here, this one does melee damage. This one does melee damage, Crylestone Deathless, but it has the added bonus of, it has the detriment of leaving me with 1 health. This one has melee damage and it does corrosive. This one does melee damage and it gives me more XP. But I'm really looking forward for this one here, the Brawler's Cryostone, where it makes it so that my melee does cryo damage and I do additional melee damage and a whole bunch of other things. But overall, there's a lot of good things. And then you have Unleash the Dragon, which is a good one to use as well for now. But overall, I am pretty much set on the gear that I need to use. So this bullet vacuum stopgap, I may keep, but this one here is where all the melee damage is going. I don't need you. And these artifacts, melee damage here, Icebreaker Safeguard, where I do more damage against frozen people. Then you have Radiation Stone. This does melee damage. Unleash the Dragon does melee damage, which is good. Cryo Stone does more melee damage. I just got a lot of things that are just geared towards melee damage. So now that we have everything, let's go ahead and star all the ones that we will be using in the future. So we can sell this one. We can sell this stabber, and then we can move on. I finally can move on with my Amara. And I can finally start to level her up. There's no other weapon. There's no other weapon and no other thing that I wanted for my melee Amara other than this Psycho Stabber. And now that I have it, I need nothing else. So let's go ahead and make our way towards the Handsome Jackpot and continue on with the missions for a little bit. And while I'm traveling there, I'm gonna go check on oh wait, I meant to go to Casa de Timothy real quick. I'm happy, y'all. My build, the gear pieces that I need for my build, I pretty much got all of them. The main ones anyway. The gun and the shield and the artifacts. The class mods I'll get through the new DLC that'll be releasing next week. But I'm pretty much set on all the things that were hard for me to get my hands on. So the difficult part is over. Everything else is just me leveling up and just pushing out my points into different spots when the new skill tree drops. So it just works out very well. But I'll be right back. Wait for it to pop up and we'll continue on just for a little bit more. Sit tight, everybody. Alright, I am back. And I haven't really been paying attention to some of the things that you guys have been talking about in chat. That's enough. It wasn't bad. So my face paint started melting because it was just July in Denver. Speaking of Lord of the Rings, you started to play Middle-earth: Shadow of War. Oh yeah, that's a fantastic game. Too bad it was kind of marred near the beginning by all the microtransactions of people being able to buy upgrade orcs, where it was literally, I mean, they literally gave you the option to, hey, if you want, you can just buy this loot box here, where you have a chance of getting a very rare orc in there. Thankfully, they did away with that whole deal. Critical Role, the show where a bunch of nerdy voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. And it's gotten so famous that it's actually gotten animations. That's how famous it is. You know, my former co-worker who used to work at where I work now, well, where I work currently for right now, and I say for right now because the place is temporary, but she used to talk about Critical Role all the time, and she used to play she plays Dungeons and Dragons, and she would tell me stories about her different adventures. It was amazing. So I myself may need to get into Critical Role and watch that or listen to it. It's a good thing to listen to when I'm at work, because Lord knows that these shifts are incredibly boring.
Got this. Okay.
Matt Mercer, Laura Bailey, Travis Willingham, Sam Riegel, Liam O'Brien, Ashley Johnson,
Yeah, that's right, baby. It's
Taliesin Jaff, and Marisha Ray.
Oh, I never forget a face, especially when it's being worn by a spineless lackey. Tell me why I shouldn't have the Vault Hunter blow your brains out.
well because I just please don't. I'll give you anything you want.
Jack left an open tab with me, and I've sent the Vault Hunter to collect. I want the casino, Timothy.
Okay, well then you also want my brains to stay unblown and in my head and not out. I'm the last of the doppelgangers. Okay, this winning hand is the only way in or out of Jack's tower.
Lucky for you. Then Jack's tab is yours, Timothy, and you can start paying it off right now. Keep an eye on him, Vault Hunter, in case he misbehaves.
Oh, thanks, Moxie. Okay, that was a little thing called negotiation.
Yeah, you fell apart like a rotten pumpkin.
You'll have a lot to catch up on. 115
Yeah, Moxie
episodes in
has that
campaign.
effect.
Each
Can't believe she
episode is
remembers
3
me.
to 5 hours
Jack
long,
got
and
better,
they're
but
up to
she's something to
episode
try to get her
114
back.
in campaign 2,
Took
and
her out
it's
to dinner.
still going.
Best night of my
But
life.
it's worth it, though. Hey, if I can
And now
endure
she
all
thought
the
her I was
episodes
dead.
of One
Oh, but maybe
Piece
if I get you into that tower,
up to the
she'll trust me
900s that
again.
it's at right
So
now,
what are we freaking waiting for, kiddo?
I can
Let's
endure
talk
Critical
tower.
Role.
I only need to get one thing out of that tower. Once we get in, you and Moxie.
Wait, I never spent that Guardian point when we got it, did we? I killed those two psychos, and then we just exited out without spending that point. Well, you're going right into elemental damage, which means my elemental damage is in the 14% range. So that means
everything
more
else.
elemental damage whenever I'm
is it
smacking
you're
people
looking
with
for?
my powers, which is
I
a
want to
good
get
thing.
the hell off this freaking casino. For all the perks Jack gave us doppelgangers, he didn't trust us to release the Hyperion property. If I step off this casino without getting the override codes, boom, this face gets a lot less handsome. So, recap, bomb in face, codes in tower. All right, now, those turrets in front of the tower, they're only the tip of the asshole. You know what? Never mind. We're gonna need a whole crew to pull this off. Okay, first up, firepower. And I know just the girl, Ember. She's a performer in the Vice District.
Yeah,
We'll
the
convince
thing
her to
about
join
One
our
Piece
crew.
is that it can
Pretty boy has my
seem
numbers,
very
so
open
study
having so
security,
many
figure out who
episodes,
else
and
we're
it's
gonna
in the
need to get into that
900s
tower and
of episodes right
stay
now.
alive.
So it can seem a
Kiddo.
bit overwhelming and trying to catch up.
Timothy's days of working for Jack might be long gone.
But it's
I
a
don't
worthwhile
trust him
investment.
farther than you could throw him. So if he tries anything, go ahead and see how far that is.
Hey, I just wanted to say thanks again for not shooting me. Every maniac on this casino blames Jack, and thus me for the lockdown. Take one look at my face and it's shooty shooty. Gotta hand it to Jack though. Found a way to keep screwing me even when he's dead. The doppelgangers, you know, we weren't all bad guys. When the lockdown happened, some of them actually tried to use their winning hands to help out the survivors. You know, get them something to eat. They all got torn to pieces, so I hid, stayed alive.
Alright, let's make our way through here, kill all enemies.
Clear out those loaders, then I'll unlock the subway and give you access to the entertainment district.
Child's play. I'm unstoppable.
this is what I want to do. I just want to punch enemies and they just die.
I'm down for a brawl.
I don't want to always rely on guns all the time unless absolutely necessary.
Feels so good.
I just want to punch things all the time. That's what I'm going for. The melee build actually really works when done right. I only want to use guns if it'll ensure that I can get a second wind if I'm not in melee range. Or if an enemy cannot be punched from a distance. But we'll see how that goes when these new perks pop up. I feel like with all the damage I'm doing right now, it's going to be exponentially better.
Hey there, handsome. Winning hand access granted.
All yours. Enjoy the Vice District, kiddo. Oh, and tell Ember I said hi. Oh, and don't get horribly murdered.
You! Yeah! I'm talking to you, deadbeat! You're really racking up the debt! Now, we could still make a deal. Hand over Timothy, and I'll set you up real nice. VIP treatment. Ooh, get free! Otherwise, that price on your head is gonna keep climbing. A lot of poor SOBs out there would love the chance to wipe the debt away with your scalp. So don't be thick. Make a deal.
One thing that annoys me about Pretty Boy is his oversized teeth. How would Kenpachi from Bleach be played as in D&D or even Trafalgar Law from One Piece? Alright, so Kenpachi would more than likely be a Berserker class. I don't know all the classes in D&D, but I just know that Kenpachi would be the Berserker. And Law would be a...
All aboard, baby.
I want to say Paladin because he can attack and heal at the same time. Because he would fit the role of medic and attacker. So whatever that would entail. Whatever class that would fit, that's what Law would be like. Alright, one of the slot machines are gonna pop up alive because they always pop up alive around here.
Didn't tell her I was leaving? Tell her Timothy needs a favor. If she tries to light you on fire, well, I guess that's on me.
There we go.
It's on now. I am ripping. Who's next?
A Pretty Boy runs most of the gangs in this casino, unfortunately, but it wasn't always like this. After the lockdown, some people tried to build a society, you know, live in harmony, all that. They're all dead now. Pretty Boy, he murdered all of them. The tower gives Pretty Boy access to the casino's security, but he wants my winning hand so he can have complete control. Food, oxygen, engines. I mean, if he gets a hold of me, it's gonna be anything but pretty.
Cleric, probably. They tend to be healers and AC tanks. Okay, cool. Then Law would be a cleric then. Because Law's abilities, well, I kind of don't want to say what his abilities are because you're not that far into One Piece. I don't know if you would mind me telling you. Kind of don't want to spoil things for you concerning Law in terms of his abilities and capabilities and whatnot. Yeah, punch you in the face. What are you gonna do? Oh, legendaries. Ooh, after using Phase Slam, melee damage is increased? What a weapon to get my hands on. I don't mind this melee damage, but just the way that you have to constantly click the stick in order to do a lot of melee damage, not a fan. But I'm not at a stage yet where I can just easily punch these guys into submission. I'm not there quite yet. Don't mind minor spoilers like, oh, this funny moment. But major spoilers like character deaths or Luke, I'm your father type stuff, avoid those. Okay, then I'm not going to talk about One Piece at all because I know far beyond anything people who only watch the anime know. So, yeah, this is where I'm going to draw a close to anything One Piece related. Because one thing I do not do is I spoil One Piece for people who only watch the anime. That's a no-no.
Somebody better avenge me!
Punched your arm straight off with a palm strike. Do you know how strong you gotta be to punch someone's limb off with the palm of your hand? Not punch it off with your knuckles. Not punch it off with like a bladed weapon. Just literally the soft underbelly of your hand, and it punches the limb right off. But let me go ahead and change my element because there are humans here.
Hey, I need to chat with this dancer for a moment.
Get lost! This dancer's mine!
Look at them giblets. That is what true power is. If you know where I can read the manga for free, I'd be interested in that and eventually want to buy it, but that may be a while. I wonder how far the Viz site goes, because the Viz site I have, I got a membership with it. It's only like $1 a month. I think it's $1 a month. Hold on. They have free chapters. Hold on, how much is the cost? Yeah, $1.99 a month for a Viz membership is what I have, and that's where I read all chapters of My Hero Academia and One Piece from. But they do have some free chapters that you can read through. I forget just how far it can go before you need a membership to read them all, but it has all the chapters of One Piece from 1 all the way to 994. But I think there's some other places as well. I think people tend to go to Manga Plus as well, but I haven't gone there in a minute, so that's one other place that you can read issues of One Piece as well, since that tends to be a trusted place.
Well, there go my customers, though they were sort of deadbeats. So what are you in the market for, big spender?
Do you know where I can find Ember?
Ember? Girl's been busy lately, lighting pretty boys' loaders on fire. But Trent might know where she's posting up.
Want a tangle? Name's Trent, the slut. Word on the lube tube is that you're looking for Ember. Better bring a burn suit, baby. She's even more fiery than usual these days. Pretty boy's been squeezing all of us hard, and not in a good way. That shiny hunk over there knows where Ember's hiding. Just tell it Trent the slut sent ya.
Really likes to accentuate that last title, doesn't he? So here's the game plan for right now. We're gonna continue until we meet Ember, and that's where I think I'll draw the close here for today.
Ember wants to speak to you.
Salut, Voltanter. At the moment, I am indisposed. Pretty boys' thugs just moved into the neighborhood, and I've prepared a gift for them. Deliver it for me, and then we speak.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you can get some of the issues on Viz for free, but I know once I start, I'll get into it, and then when I get to where I can't continue, I'll be sad. Yeah, that's why I was saying that, if you don't want to get into the whole Viz membership thing, then people tend to go to Manga Plus. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Did I hit a nerve? Stop running away from me! Why are you running? Why are you running?
That's the one. Now deliver it to Pretty Boy's thugs, if you please. I would like to give them, how you say, a warm welcome.
Sorry for the pause, family brought close. Alright. Not much of an upgrade, this guy, huh? Back in high school, my boyfriend at the time had a sub to Shonen Jump and had a sub to Shoujo Beat back when it was a paper magazine. And we'd read them each month and switch so we could both read both. Wouldn't mind getting a Viz sub eventually, but right now I'm on a pretty tight budget, so yeah, gonna be a minute. It's all good. I'm not trying to tell, I'm never gonna tell people like, hey, you gotta have this in order to enjoy One Piece. There are always other ways. Just letting you know the way that I do it. Ooh! Yeah, he did.
That's what did you in.
When you are powerful enough to punch off a person's entire upper torso. Oh, I'm sorry, were you trying to drop a grenade? Please, get rid of my shield, so I can do this. Yeah, I'm using a weaker version of a brawler shield with me, so that means I'm basically doing a inferior version of damage. Because wait a minute. Did I not put that brawler shield on Amara? No, I did not. All I did was just take the Psycho Stabber. I didn't take the other brawler. Oh, I didn't put the other brawler shield on with me. But this one here, it's a weaker version because it only does 180, where the superior version does 300, so. Ow. Kind of like Doom in a way. You gotta keep moving, otherwise you're dead. need to go.
Just so
Doing pretty good here,
step
people.
back.
This has been a pretty good feel-good stream for today.
Welcome to the neighborhood, pretty boy. Thank you, Sherry. Now, come to me.
Oh great, more people to get more level ups from.
Ready for more. Fully energized.
Where's the other one? I need that extra experience. Aha! Alright, moving on. This butcher is actually a really good shotgun.
Does that say Foxy? That bastard. I just might dig up Jack's corpse so I can kill him again.
Don't think that's how corpses work.
Nice, Siren!
Untrable Thunder, you out-teach the fire and scale. Let's give Pretty Boy Stocks a chance to remember, no?
Bullseye. Barely worth the sweat. Ready to
Aha! Ember fights with fire.
welcome, Voltaire. Thank you for sending off those thugs. Now, what has brought your spark to my stage?
I'm not here to fight, for once. Timothy needs your help.
Does he now? Poor Timothy, consumed by handsome demons, a prisoner of a mask. I tried to help him forget the past. But what hope does he have with a face like that?
Level up!
Timothy. He was obsessed with getting into that tower of handsome Jacques. When he left, I feared he would brave the task all alone, but now here you are. I suppose he told you I might lend my fiery arts to his cause?
Yes. So, will you help us, you fiery goddess?
Well, maybe I can. But not without my tools. They were on my ship and she is missing. Pretty Boy's doing. Recompense for refusing to hand over Timothy. If you retrieve my tools, I would gladly lend a match to the kindling. First, you must locate my ship.
Alright, now let's see these legendaries that dropped for us over here. As I get stronger and level up more, I'm going to be slowly but surely increasing the mayhem level so that way I can get more XP. So I can get, you know, level up faster over time. But now that we have more skill points, pretty much put a bunch of skills in here just to see what happens. This isn't an optimized build I have for Amara. I'm gonna respec once I get maxed out and I find a build that's stable with melee. Then probably might respec again when the new skill tree comes out, and just go for the brawl tree, get enough points to get illuminated fists for that extra melee damage, and then go down the whole tree for phase flare, so we can just see how that takes us from there. So here I'm just putting stats, I'm just putting points into different things. And what I'm going to do, I might, well, I already got Anima and Tempest leveled. Maybe I'll start putting some things in here so my action skill can actually do more damage. Like I said, this is not an optimized build, just something I'm working on temporarily.
Ship identified. La Femme Brûlée is located in the impound lot. Proceed to impound lot to pay fees.
The impound lot? Merde. Well, at least she can still be saved. The impound is a dangerous place, Sherry. But what would our journeys be if we stayed where it was safe, no? My ship is in the impound lot. Go there. Take this subway to the impound lot.
Well, we don't really need to take the subway, because even though we could use it, we can just spawn right where we need to go. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Sanctuary, because I need to make sure that I put that Brawler Shield into my inventory, so I don't have to go back to Sanctuary in order to, you know, re-put all that gear into my system. I want to have all that gear on my person when I hit level 65 with my melee Amara. So we're going to get that Brawler Shield from storage, put it on this Amara, then we're going to head to the impound lot, and that's where I'm going to call it a session there. That way I can go out and get myself some food. It is dark out. Here's a funny thing. Since we went back an hour, it's gotten dark really fast. It is only 5:58 right now. It's about to be 6 o'clock, and it looks like it should be 9. So it's really throwing me off when I'm thinking that, wow, it's so late in the day, but it's only 5. But let's go ahead and get my shield. Wait a minute. Where's my Brawler Shield that has increased melee damage after using an action skill? Did I put it in the inventory of my other Amara that I was using? Hold on, we need to see. I know I didn't sell it because I didn't put no
A siren warrior from Partali, fierce, powerful.
I didn't sell it because I didn't put no sell mark on it. Hold on, I'm rewinding the footage to make sure. I'm looking back at my footage to make sure that I didn't put the Brawler Ward on this Amara, because this Amara does not benefit from Brawler Ward. It's not. Hold on now. Hold on a second. Wait a minute now. I know I didn't sell it. Hold on, I gotta rewind that footage. I am fast forwarding to see what I did with my brawler ward. Okay, I get the Psycho Stabber. I'm looking at my footage. Where's my Brawler Ward shield? Okay, that's my Psycho Stabber.
A siren warrior.
Hold on, where my shield at? Oh, no! Oh my goodness. I put the trash option on my shield, on my Brawler Ward shield. No! Can I buy it back? Please tell me that it's available and I can buy it back. No! What have I done? I sold the shield! I sold the shield! Please tell me, please tell me that I can buy it back. Even if I exited the game. Please, please.
Come to my lab.
You've got enemies and
No! Oh my goodness, I sold the Brawler Ward shield with the melee damage. Ah! I can't believe I sold it by accident. Eee! Okay. Well, we gotta go back to refarming Grave Ward until I get that Brawler Ward shield again with melee damage. Because I need that. I need that. I'm gonna use Moe's because Moe's is easy and takes a lot less time than Amara. I can't believe I sold that shield. Wow, I was so caught up in what I was doing, I didn't even pay attention. I sold it! Oh, that's a bummer. It's fine. This will be easier to farm than the Psycho Stabber. I know that much because Grave Ward does not take much to defeat. And with the build for Moe's, I can basically take him out in one go if I do it right. Didn't ask for an old Joseph Joestar impression, but oh no! Oh my god! Teal and black outfit was hot. Hey, thank you. I knew it would look good. Alright, you better drop the shield for me. Otherwise, we're gonna go back on another farming session again. That better be you. That better be you falling from the sky right now. Nope. Which means I'm gonna have to farm for that shield again. Well, guess y'all got me for a little bit longer. We're gonna make it so that I get this shield. Where I'm gonna end it when I get this shield. It's gonna be easier to farm Grave Ward and get the shield than it is trying to farm the Psycho Stabber. I cannot believe I sold my shield for melee. Ah, I wasn't paying attention. How about Ultimate Cars? How would he play as a D&D character? I think Assassin would fit him, due to how versatile he is. Wow. I took my own self out. Yeah, it wasn't gonna let me take him out. Not familiar with Ultimate Cars. That's one of the Pillar Men from JoJo. The super buff guys that like to wear very little. Rogue with Assassin subclass. That actually fits him really well. Note to self, do not shoot wall because splash damage on a Moe's hurts a lot. Give me my shield, please. Well, we're back to another farming session again. It hurts so much. Thought I had everything together, all the gear pieces, and I end up selling it because I don't pay attention, and I end up selling the shield because I'm not paying attention. I know one thing. I'm glad it was the shield and not the gun. But what about his adaptation and animal trait mimicry abilities? I mean, what other subclass would fit with an assassin that would fit that sort of thing? I'm not really big on D&D, so I wouldn't know the best thing for him. Oh, this hurts so much. The shield that would have helped me out so much. And it gone. Yeah. Oh no, I sold my shield. Yeah, pretty much. And there's no buyback when you exit to the main menu because it pretty much just resets it. So if I had gone back and double checked and made sure I had everything, I would still have that shield. But it's all good. Alright, there's a couple things there. Please be the shield. Alright, I see a shield. Does it have melee? That is not a brawler ward. That's a rectifier. I need a brawler ward. Lob. Engulfing Phasor. Not what I need. We're going again. It's like when I can't stop thinking about watching the footage as I put a trash marker on the shield and I say, you know what? Let me go ahead and sell that. And I don't even pay it any mind. But as long as I get my hands on it, I'm probably going to be extra careful from here on in. Plus, this really helps out with increasing my Guardian rank because I'm getting 95,000 XP every time. Give me that Brawler Ward! Nah. Nope. Again! Hey, Danny, what's going on, bro? How you been? I am farming for a Brawler Ward shield because unfortunately, the thing I was farming for like literally an hour ago, for 2 hours, I was farming for a Cycle Stabber that had 300 over 90 damage, which would have helped out for a melee build I'm doing for my second Amara character. And I had everything. I had all the gear pieces, but unfortunately, when I started playing as my melee Amara, I unwittingly sold the shield that gave me more melee damage, and I didn't pay attention to it. So now I'm trying to refarm for that same exact shield again, in the hopes that I can get it. But thankfully, that shield is easier to get than the gun was. That gun took me some days to get. And I put a star on it so that way I can't accidentally sell it. Luckily, I'm using a character that can easily just butcher this boss in, you know, under a minute. So it makes farming this thing very, very easy. Just really hope that one of these is the shield that I need with the exact perks on it that I need. Yeah, just more content, just more content. Cosmic Crater, imbue melee with lightning, more melee damage. That could be useful if I give that to my melee Amara. But no brawler shield. Not what we're looking for. So back out we go. Man, farming is going to be so much easier with the PS5. These load times are going to be so much shorter. And we'll be right back in the game in no time. Alright, let's go again. I need you to drop this shield. Luckily, the first time I tried to get this shield, it didn't take as long. So I feel like I have a better chance of getting this shield than I did with the gun. So I'm not really worried about it. Give me that melee brawler ward. Oh, I think that's a brawler ward, but is that one with melee damage? Roid ward. Oh no, that's actually a horrible one. 80 melee damage while shield is depleted? Oh no, that's terrible. I need the one that has 300 damage. Consecutive hits carrier. That's pretty normal. I'll take it. It does pretty good. But this is the shield that I'm looking for. But the augment on it is not. So we're gonna have to go back. Maybe I need to wait for the hotfix to apply so it can actually give me that additional melee damage. Wonder why it takes so long for the hotfixes to apply, period. But before this night is over with, and I still got plenty of hours left in this day, I will have that brawler shield back. I will put it back on that character, and I will put a star on it so that way it doesn't get deleted by accident. Again. Oh no! Kill it before I drain out! No! I mean, it's not like I'm low on cash, but it just makes farming this thing a little bit difficult when that blast damage hits you in the face, because my shots have a chance of exploding and increasing in size, and unfortunately that damage gets done to me as well as self-damage, so it just makes fighting certain enemies tricky, because there's an added bonus of me injuring myself. Alright, give me the brawler ward that I seek. I'm getting a lot of iridium, so I can't complain there. But still. I don't care about your Transformer shield. Alright, not what I want. Run it again! See, this is where that repetitious determination comes into play here. You keep going until you get what you came for. I'm always waiting for that hotfix sign to disappear so that way it can actually apply to everything. Make it happen, Captain. That don't look like no shield to me. Nope. Not it. Run it again. We're gonna get it. If I was able to get it the first time, I'm gonna be able to get it the second time.
Now get out of here, and I'm a war shooter.
Alright, that definitely doesn't look like a shield. That's a shield, but not what we need. Run it again! Actually, there's a skin over here. Nope, we got it already. Run it again! So what's probably going to happen here is if we do not get this shield after I kill Grave Ward here, I'm probably going to call it a session here, but I'm still going to keep farming. And once I get that shield back, I'll take a picture and I'll put it up in the community just to let you guys know that I got my hands back on it again. And I will be putting it back on my Amara, but I will be locking it so it doesn't get sold accidentally. But if we don't get the shield here, then yeah, it's going to be a session here for today. I mean, it's already approaching 4 hours. Not that I'm tired. Trust me, I'm not. Yeah, you thought you were gonna smash that hand down, didn't you? Nope, I have other uses for you. Okay, some other legendaries fell off the map there, and I don't know what they went to. They're just random two random legendaries just falling off the map. Okay. But we didn't get the shield this round, so this is where I'm going to call it a session here for today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still going to keep going after that shield because I gotta have that shield. It literally gives me some of the best, it gives you some of the best melee damage overall, and I gotta have it for this character, so I'm gonna keep going after it. But as we make our way back to the main menu, and we're coming in at 4 hours, 1 minute, and about to be 2 minutes as I continue to talk, I just want to say thank you, everyone, for coming out to see my stream here today. It's a feel-good stream for all of you, and I hope I was able to, you know, lighten up the mood a little bit, put a smile on your face, and make you feel better than when you came in. So overall, I just want to say thank you, everyone. It really does mean a lot when you guys show up for these streams, and you know, we interact and I talk to you guys and we just chill and just have a good time. This is all that I like to do when I'm here on my channel, is to make sure you guys have a good time and you're entertained. That's the main goal for this entire channel. So, and you know what, you guys know me, I love doing this. So with that being said, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. So have a fantastic day. And if you happen to be, you know, new to the channel and you like what you saw here today, then maybe consider subscribing, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day. And once again, as always, later, peoples.